set it up now. Buenas noches. And I hope the audio finally picks us up on first landing.
I turned the audio on.
All right.
I'm
So now, I've been warned that the camera might be a little blurry, and if you could tell, part of my mustache wants to live in my mouth. Although, you know, that's more my problem than anyone else's. Buenas noches y gracias por mirando aquí, hoy noche, at twitch.tv/Minoxis, where we're going to be giving StylishHoboCat the 3rd degree. Alright? So he's going to be joining us soon, hopefully, and where my headset and Minoxis' headset will be listening to his Oi blimey governor, isn't it what? And then he's just gonna hear, well, Pilgrim, we gotta torch more kids and women and children to death in Waco, Pilgrim. And we're just gonna keep talking over one another for the next 3 hours. So thanks for coming on by, and we hope you have as much fun hearing as we enjoy talking and hearing. Is this fixed?
It's kind of fixed. It's being weird though.
How blurry, how silly is this now?
I don't know. It's giving me weird edges. I don't like
Alright.
it. But your audio works. I think you're loud enough. And the camera doesn't look super blurry. It was blurry before. I don't know why it was blurry. But
How do we look? Please let
blurry.
us know.
No, that's it. But before when I was playing with it,
Right.
it was just super blurry.
Like we were coming in from different directions? Nice.
Fuck it was. I don't know
Alright.
why this camera sucks sometimes.
So hopefully StylishHoboCat will be joining us here in the studio through the magic of headsets and a TCP/IP connection.
Oh well.
Oh, and if you'd like if you'd like a Queen's Trash shirt, oh my bad. If you'd like a Queen's Trash shirt or a Debt to America shirt, you can go to grift.shop, alright, ladies and jerks?
You shook up all of these.
That you could squarely blame that on me, which you will, alright? But you just see, it's not that bad. Oh no! Wait, no, you're fine. See, sir, it's not that bad. Attaboy. Can you type in a link to grift.shop?
Do I have to?
I'd like that if you don't mind. So you see, Danger, buenas noches, and you too can be extra suave with wearing a shirt.
Please, grift.shop.
Yep.
That?
Check that out. Click it. Come on, you know you want to click it. You were about to click it.
I'm not gonna. Why would I click it? It's not for me. I know about this.
Click the link and see what happens. Let me know what you see first. All right?
I don't want this to. This is gonna fucking be annoying and loud. I'm gonna watch things in the background because I'm a degenerate.
Oh, were you able to unban Ruby?
All right, I didn't think about that. Do you like put in a thing for it?
I don't know, but like, Pussy Crusade. There you go. That's her screen name.
Let's see.
Which, by the way, Ruby, you were banned because you called the guest of honor, Grift Pliskin, a pussy. Now, granted, you know, I understand this is not a workplace because this is Twitch, but you shouldn't be calling your employer, and you shouldn't be calling the guest of honor here at the studio a pussy. That's just wrong. All right. So hopefully, you're unbanned, and how do we do this?
I don't know. You figure out.
Oh yeah. You gotta send in an unban request. That's why. Okay. So hold on. In the event that you are not watching, I have to reach out to you directly, all right,
Okay,
Ruby?
right here, right?
Yep.
Unbanned.
Ooh, Tampage is who banned you. All right, so it wasn't on my end or Minoxis' end. It was Tampage who was enforcing the rules like a fucking sheriff. All right, so Ruby, you should be allowed to resume shitposting in Twitch chat. Please do not call the guests of honor in the studio a pussy. You can call us pussies as much as you want, though. It's fine.
Unless Tampage is here, in which case you might get banned. I gave that man mod status.
See, there you go. He could do it, not just because he's a mod. AMDH, buenas noches.
That doesn't count. You're also a mod. You can do whatever you want.
Hey, A of the H. What rhymes with wussy? Help me out here. What rhymes with wussy? I'm looking for a word here.
Pussy.
My baloney has a first name. It's Pussy. My baloney has a.
He knows.
So thank you for joining us. Oh no, but you see, you're not wrong, Danger, but it's pronounced fussy, not fussy. All right, unless you've got some weird intergalactic strange you're getting yourself involved with. Fussy, fussy.
All right, make sure I have Discord ready.
So, StylishHoboCat, anytime you want to broadcast from your potato N-word hovel out in Nottingham, you can go ahead and hit us up whenever you'd like, all right?
Do we have to explain what we're doing, or do we just do it?
Uh,
I don't think so, right?
I'd like to prep those in chat that aren't in the know just once.
We can just wait until he's here, though. God knows who's going to pop in the meantime.
Well, we have to let him know about the title.
No, we don't.
All right, fine. We don't.
Did you tweet about it?
Yes. Oh,
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you. All right. Explain half of what you're doing.
Explain the first half.
Oh, okay. So the United States was founded in 1776 when the Declaration of Independence was signed after our triumphant victory against those dirty redcoats. You see, there were a bunch of rich white landowning slave owners who were also Freemasons who managed to rally the colonists in a number of stunning victories, such as George Washington crossing the Delaware River on Christmas morning to murder the British in their sleep.
Split throats, what's going on?
Meep. Buenas noches. Y
Stolen
gracias por
colonies.
mirando. Hey, listen, you take that back, Stylish, all right? They were taken fair and square when you were sleeping on Christmas morning, all right? The fucking Delaware River was crossed, and Washington wanted no German, Prussian, or Hessian mercenaries because he felt, no, they wouldn't want it as much as Americans, all right?
Weird question, and this might be like picking, like splitting hairs about it.
Mm-hmm.
So stealing something, right?
Right.
Implies like taking it from the person, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But that person doesn't take, like, is not harmed, right? So if I murder you,
Mm-hmm.
your goods that I have are mine now.
Like my shoes.
I didn't really steal them so much as I relieved you of your ownership by removing your life.
I'm no longer technically owning them.
Yeah,
if
because
that's
you
what
can't
you're
own them
trying to
because you're
get at.
dead, so they're not stolen goods.
Well,
They're my goods.
this isn't Baldur's Gate 2, where a dead person's inventory is still lugged around in their little window, all right?
I'm just saying, like, so technically it's not stolen if we murdered everybody and was like, well, you're not alive to own this anymore, so it's mine,
All right.
you know?
But
Unless
how are you
it
applying
was-
this to colonies?
Well, they were your colonies until we killed everyone and took them.
Listen,
And then when you
stop
then,
stop going up to bat, you dirty Irishman speaking on behalf of the Empire.
and then you had an option to come over here and take them back, and you
Trash is against the Empire and Yankees, all right? You know better, all right? Come on.
I mean, does that count? Can we
They
say that?
grinched it!
They wanted to come and take it back, and they lost that fight.
Mm-hmm.
So then it was like, so now twice someone's been murdered for these colonies, and the victor is still the U.S.
How come no one ever brings up all of the terrible things the British did to the Native Americans? Like, we inherit all of the bad juju and terrible things that those limey tea-sipping pricks did to the Injuns, and now, like, that's on us?
Wait, hold on. Just to be fair, you're taking that from the perspective of a person in America in the year 2021, where, like, accountability is not the main focus of what people are upset about.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about actually being accountable and honest. It's just about being mad about something, even if it's, like, stage one.
Right.
So, you know, we could easily talk about how people of color were enslaving people of color before white people were doing it, but that's not what we're mad about.
Mm-hmm.
We're mad about the white people doing it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because we can have an argument about, we can have a conversation about all the facets of these things, but then we can't be mad about, like, one thing. We have
Right.
to, like,
Why are you talking like you're supposed to be fucking, like, rationing out your outrage? This is one of the few never-ending, like, sources of power in this like, fucking corner of the earth. You kidding me?
I'm just, like, I mean, it's even, like, all right, so for instance, at work recently, like, a buddy of mine brought up the whole, like, Chappelle cancel culture cuties thing, which,
Mhm.
like, if you're unaware of it, I'm not explaining it, go look it up yourself. And I was like, well, you gotta think about it like this, though. These are the same people who are mad about what he said, even though in context of what he said, he was using their group as, like, the premise for it,
Mm-hmm.
and was taking a stance on it where, you know, I disagree with you people, I have friends in your group, and they kind of agree with me, And on top of that, I guarantee you're going to react to this way in a weird way. And he made like remarks about you guys are going to do this when you hear something like that. Like you're going to go and shit your pants and piss and cry and then they went and shit
And
their
do
pants
your
and piss and
hysterical,
cry.
neurotic pig song
And
and
he's
dance.
probably
Yeah.
writing notes about this right now. But I was like, you need to look at it from all angles of it because these are the same people who make like $200,000 a year to write for Netflix, and they're acting like they're privileged or like underprivileged, and they're being attacked. And it's like you should for walking out on your jobs over a platform allowing free speech where they allowed your people to have shows and
Right.
make opinions and say things, to go on the other side and say like, no, they should be banned, you should be fired. The entire stance of your platform is to let everyone have a voice, and now you're saying.
So are you saying, as the son of Sinn Féin freedom fighters, StylishHoboCat should be fired and having to go up to bat for the ruins of the empire of which he's living amongst? Is that what I'm getting at?
I don't think it's comparable. I'm just saying it's weird.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. I don't know if you could tell, but part of my mustache wants to live in my mouth, which is making consuming things very difficult. So if you end up seeing something trickling down my face, like I have some sort of learning disability, it's not because I have a learning disability, all right?
My point is you have to take these things from different angles when you dissect them and talk about them. You can't just like one stance them, because that doesn't help anything. Or you're like, so again, I want to be angry about thing. What about other thing that's the same as the thing you're angry about? No, not that. Okay, so then you're not actually angry about the thing. You're angry about this instance of a thing, but not the like. You don't want to have solutions to the problem, because if we had solutions to the problem, you wouldn't be angry about this time that it happened. You just want to be angry, and you want other people to suffer.
Right.
Instead of like, how do we fix this?
And now we have this fucked up macro version of like when people suffer, one of two things ends up happening.
I can get you a straw if you want.
Well, you know what? We might be getting a straw later on today. And Kool-Ader, can't complain. How you doing, homie? A of the H, we will be freeing the stash one way or another. Although by freeing, I think we might have to burn down the village to save it in this instance.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Danger. You're not angry about slavery. You're angry about this instance of slavery, which doesn't even directly affect you, but you have some right to talk about because of where either you're located, the color of your skin, or your relationship to those two things. So, like, either you're from here and you can talk about here, or you're a person of color, so you can talk about slavery, people of color, or by one step, you are next to people of color, or you belong to this country and you're a white lady with colored hair and now you're mad about slavery.
Right. Although there ends up being these like really weird, tricky.
Also, just to be fair, and like I'm just gonna let so chat knows that I know that you know that I know. We're getting pretty close to the end of October, and you need a haircut with Mandy. In your
That's true, and the neck beard demands to be tamed. Listen,
right,
this is just spillover from the rest of that. All right,
you need to get on that.
That's true.
October's coming to an end.
I know. All good things must come to an end. Even itchy things that point in more than two directions when I wake up and I have to comb from time to time must come to an end. But I wanted to bring up real quickly the weird loopholes that people are willing to engage in, and where like we're not allowed to talk about the Arab slave trade or the centuries in which the Slavic people were enslaved, and they got their name Slavs because they were enslaved for thousands of years, and like the Christian janissaries were like Christian slaves that were forced to fight on behalf of the fucking Ottoman Empire, and we don't talk about that, even though it's in their name and permanently embedded into their DNA.
See,
we're also
part of me wants to talk about recent events that may or may not involve a gun.
Oh.
But I also kind of want to talk with StylishHoboCat about gun control.
Right. Oh, real quickly, just to tie it back to StylishHoboCat being a dirty Irishman living in the ashes of the British Empire. No one ever gets to talk about white cargo and the Irish indentured servants, even slaves that were bought over to America. And proof of this is that like every once in a while you'll go to the Caribbean, you'll go to a country even like Jamaica, and you'll see some honky with blonde hair and blue eyes, and you're like, what in the fuck is this? And out of their mouth comes like heavy island patois, and chances are 99% of the time when that happens, they are the descendants of Irish slaves that were bought there centuries ago. True story.
How does my hair look on camera?
Can you see the tinges of purple in Monoxis's hair?
It's there. It's there.
Oh man, this mustache is getting in the way of everything.
You need to shave and get a haircut.
In the most literal sense of the term.
Like,
This isn't just Monoxis coming down hard on me like he's the form of the Wu-Tang Clan, like a screaming at me, perhaps, like a paternal figure. No, it's not something for my best interest. Unfortunately, I really do have to shave and get a haircut.
Well, the haircut you have to do for chat.
Yeah.
And
And
the
get Mandy carved to the side of my head.
Although I think it'll be funny.
Basement, if you're watching, we're gonna get it happening. Don't worry. All right. So you see, the I hope the purple hair optics make him look extra snazzy, as he's grating cheese on various parts of his body for party tricks and for rich patrons that show up to his job.
People have loved it. So nice.
Listen,
What are you-
usted no va a hablar mierda a los greñudos, A of the H. No, there isn't a Spanish version of A of the H. Although technically, la anatomía de los cabezas is Spanish for the anatomy of the heads, but like heads in Spanish is cabezas, so like it would be like A of the C's, and that wouldn't even be right. So like, you
Whatever.
stop that, all right?
It's not. I mean, whatever. It's the translation. You can't control that.
Well, all right. A of the C. Si usted quiere me continuar hablando contigo en español, suave.
Depending on where you're from, you know, say of the sea.
all A of the H fans from Latin America and Spain call it A of the C unless they're talking in English. Oye, mira, yo me encanto la anatomía de los cabezas. Yo me encanto eso disco que se llama A Banishment of Bloodhead and Superstition. Yo me encanto la canción número 3.
I guarantee they didn't think that.
Cuando ese muchacho encanto muy suavemente, Goddess of Love. Y él continuando cantando en esa manera.
Did we miss anything? I mean, we took the week.
And then A of the H is going to be hiding under my fucking bed with like a canvas sack, rope, a nail gun, and a ball-peen hammer for slandering anatomy of the heads as anatomía de los cabezas.
And did we, because like we took some time, took a week. Did we miss anything that's worth talking about?
That's right. Right, you are, Ken. Other than the full moon happening, people losing their mind over treats discourse and arguing over abstract and obtuse positions on supply chain disruption issues on Twitter, what has happened in the past week and a half to 2 weeks?
I believe we got like soft confirmation that Biden does in fact have like dementia.
Oh yeah, when his hands were at like 9 and 3 the whole time.
And he was like, right? His hands were stuck like this, and he was squinting and looked like he was confused, or he was shitting his pants.
Oh, A of the H is all, the guy's shooting 2 people in a movie.
We're gonna talk about that.
All right, listen, you hold your fucking horses, A of the H.
And that's only because I got a lot of things to say about that. We were talking about it earlier. Hey, what was this? Tedverse hosted the stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tedverse. We would like to mention just ever so briefly and ever so quickly, Anatomy of the Heads had just released an album. What was it, 2 months ago? A Banishment of Bloodshed and Superstition. All right, so ladies and jerks, if and when you do have an opportunity, claro que sí, por todo lo mierda que estoy hablando de eso grupo de música que se llama Los Anatomía de los Cabezas. Honestamente, their name is Anatomy of the Heads, and they're great. You should check out their newest album, A Banishment of Bloodshed and Superstition. I was singing something off of their 3rd track. No, I wasn't just making crap up. They actually did that, and I am actually talking to him directly in Spanish. Yes, you, A of the H, I'm talking directly to you. And watch him, seriously. He's probably going to be waiting under my bed with like a thermos and a Mad magazine and a piss bottle to wait me out extra long because, he's really efficient at that. Who knows? He's going to be pulling all the CCC, Einstein, incredibly efficient and ruthless axe job, all right?
You got your CCC. Point is, I do want to talk about the Alec Baldwin murdering 2 people and murdering 1 person, injuring another one while yelling obscenities.
Tedverse, thank you for doing your part. Support troops.
But I want to talk about that with HoboCat, only because I want to talk about gun control with someone not from here.
Someone not from America?
It's fun. I mean, I know what was going to be said.
Hello, colorblind person. Tell me about the trees and the apples in this picture.
No, just like your
What
opinion.
the fuck is that?
Your opinion on our shitty gun control.
Hey, if gun control works, fucking explain Chicago.
Well, here's the thing: without our very loose gun law, this country wouldn't exist.
This is unfortunately
It
true.
was our armed to the teeth militia mentality that won us this country.
Gun control's newest W, the Baldwin Clause.
I think that's gonna affect film more than anything else. Like, I mean, granted, this is a once again. We've talked about this. We'll talk about it more later.
Right. I'd like to do something.
I don't think this is gonna affect anything.
In the event we start getting hydrates, I want to be ready. All right, I'm getting some water. I'll be right back. Monoxys, keep the ladies and jerks entertained. Don't hydrate until we get back, or until I get back.
StylishHoboCat says he's ready to praise the Second Amendment. So in the meantime, I guess I'll start getting that set up. Watching in 160p, little dabs. Like, why are you watching on 160p? Why's that light so bright? What the fuck's going on? You alright, camera? Are you dying on me? This camera's giving me all kinds of trouble today. You know what? Fuck it. It's not worth it. Let's see. Alright, StylishHoboCat. I'm gonna start getting set up. You... Oh. There we go. I gotta change settings. Not that. We're gonna use you. And this. Okay. Hopefully this works. Uh-oh. Come on, camera. You're supposed to be on auto, right? No, not supposed to be on auto. Why are you on auto? I turned that off. Anyway, how's everyone's day going? We're gonna get StylishHoboCat in here to talk shit. How are y'all doing? And where the fuck are these other dudes?
All right. So has the IRA entered chat?
Not yet. He was like, well, he was saying he's ready, but then he's like, give him a second. He's got to find his smokes.
All right. So hopefully no one has activated the hydrate alarm.
No one's activated hydrate.
All right. Thank God.
Why?
Little dabs, what's good? Watching an 106.
We already don't film in super high quality. 160.
We are already a corrupted GIF you're watching before your very eyes.
I'm just saying, like, the quality of the camera is already not amazing. It's okay. It's not amazing, though.
Mm-hmm.
But 160 is just torturing yourself.
Pedverse, how you doing, homie? Let us know how your weekend has been so far. I'd like to hear from you.
Just got an ad for Monster on Twitch. Tell me what you think of Monster. I love it. I think I drink...
Mystic Shorts, buenas noches. What's going on, homie?
Like, during a work day, I might go through, like, 2 of those suckers.
I don't fuck with Monster or energy drinks at all. I just drink too much coffee for my own good.
I drink a mix of caffeinated drinks. But I'm also kind of like a gym bro at heart, so... smashing an energy drink with some creatine in it.
Well, I mean, okay, but that's because like you're a savage with unparalleled barbaric peers and constituents.
It's also just, I mean, like, I know they're terrible for me. It's just hard to let go of the mindset. I love them.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay. So like, so look at me having attempting to hold some sort of sensibility in where like I'll drink 8 cups of coffee and then a few hours later decide I gotta exercise and then I'll lift weights or go for a run. This guy is fucking mixing creatine with a Monster and deadlifting trailers. All right.
Oh no,
like
Bang energy drinks have creatine in them already. And I put creatine in my coffee. That's different. I wake up and have a cup of coffee.
It's fucking. This guy's fucking putting like whey protein powder in his coffee.
I've done that. It's pretty good.
Look at him.
Vanilla whey, some milk, coffee. Put some ice in that bitch. Scoop of creatine, and go lift. What do you?
You thought I was joking. That's the worst part.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if this works. We'll see if the audio is good. Let me call this man.
Danger, you never feel tired enough? What the? No. I'm kind of calling bullshit on that unless you're getting 8 hours of sleep a fucking day, which no one does on this planet. No one does. So we hope you hold. Oh, all right. We've got HoboCat on the line, and we got to figure out all of the audio technicalities. At the very least, on our end.
We might have him.
For all we know, like Stylish HoboCat is just like beatboxing into his microphone and like popping and locking, and we can't even see.
I don't see any cue that he's speaking.
That's right. Hydrate.
Oh, he might be, but the headphones might not be working. Let's see. Is it...
Danger, you make it sound like you're in and out like a bank robbery. No women and no children. You punch in and you punch out. Like you're a hired gun, a surgeon, a graphic designer, a plumber, an electrician, a guy putting together a collapsible table to sell merchandise somewhere at an undisclosed location. HoboCat is based in Catpilled. That's right, Mr. Mystic Shorts. Mystic Shorts, thank you for being you. Now, granted, the Mystic Shorts themselves will continue to be propagated either in spirit or through bloody and violent overthrow, and where short films that revolve around not quite so much as a mystic, genre, but things that make you reflect about what John the Baptist said, that will continue to endure. And it's not what you set out to do, but it is the end result. So, Mr. Mystic Shorts, I hope you're not angry, but that will happen. And one day, the severed head of John the Baptist will greet you in a dream. Give you good tidings, all right? But until then, you just got to keep being you, which is why, thank you for being you.
Headset, why are you being stupid? Hold on. Okay, that's all those gone. What's right
Okay, so unless the Irish speaking beeps, that's not him.
No, I'm resetting my headset. It's being,
Okay.
I don't know, stupid?
John the Southern Baptist. Oh, you. Grift Shop redeemed Hydrate. Buenas noches, caballero. Vamos a tomar un poco de agua cuando estamos esperando por ese muchacho a contestar ese llamando.
HoboCat, say something.
No? You gotta hydrate.
Shut up.
Grift Shop, you gotta take it up with him, homie.
I'll get to it. I'm trying to figure out the audio issues.
Okay.
It's giving me like 3 different things. Say something. Seriously?
Okay. So we see the green circle around Stylish HoboCat.
No, I know he's saying things. It's just, for some reason, Discord's being dumb. Say something?
I have to hydrate as well.
Bam! Yes! Okay, so
there we go.
So hopefully you can hear him as we can hear him.
Yeah,
ladies and jerks, suave. Da 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 na 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 na.
Alright, 2 hydrates.
Gentlemen, how are we?
I can't complain. How are you, dude? Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. Stylish HoboCat. Estamos tomando 2 veces porque la gente quiere eso. Suave. Tomando agua. Suavemente.
I'll try and take that on board, whatever that was.
I showed this man a video, and now the song is just stuck in his head.
Hey, it's stuck in Grift's head. It's stuck in everyone's head. You shut your mouth. Everyone, please type in suave in chat. All right? Please.
Is that Suavemente?
Yes!
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, that is a good track.
Da, da, na, 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 na. And so it was done on someone uploaded a video, and they took the lyrics into text to speech, so it all ends up sounding super cold and suavemente. Yo me quiero sentir tu pelo un beso más en mi mano. Suave. And the joke is that you're hearing this very dry, shitty text to speech program saying the most beautiful, like, I want to feel your fingers through my hair again. Gently. I want to wake up in the embrace of your arms once
Isn't
more.
like every
Gently.
other line of that song like I want to kiss you?
Yeah,
Didn't he
gently.
keep saying it?
Yes!
Over and over.
And in the background,
Judas, thank you for giving the sub. Who got that?
Weeaboo Judas.
The nuclear circuits.
Thank you.
Thank you. But yeah, it was terminal montage from the something about Ocarina of Time. That's Phantom Ganon dancing and singing that shit.
Ay, Dios mío. All right, I'm sorry for dragging you into this nonsense. We're going to be getting to the U.S.-UK cultural exchange soon, Stylish HoboCat. But before you start getting stress sweat and thinking about bombing where Monoxus and I live just out of spite for hassling you and inconveniencing you into doing this, how are you, man? Talk to us. What you been up to?
I've been good, man. I've been good. I've Stayed out far too late last night. Woke up this morning with a hangover. Thought it was perfect time to end up staying up to about 2 a.m. But yeah, it's going well.
Gotta have another drink to cure that hangover.
I would like to point out, I don't want to blow your spot, but I remember tweeting something to the effect of like I have light brown and red hair in my mustache, my beard is white, and my hair is dark brown. I want a refund. And then you fucking show up in my DMs and you're like, that feel one, mate. And it's like, first of all, like, you look like you have a 4-year lumberjack beard with a 1920s villain mustache. How long have you grown that beard out? Because I haven't shaved in 5 months, and yours looked like I only eat what I catch and kill kind of beard. Tell me about that.
Maybe 4 months? Something like that.
Holy
I don't keep track
shit.
of it.
Really?
People say like, oh, do you use beard oils? Do you style it? And no, it's pure laziness. It's the only kind of like good genetics I've got going for me.
A good lazy Irish beard, huh?
He just has a nicer beard than you.
He has an excellent beard. He has like a Commander Riker's beard from Star Trek: The Next Generation. But again, that mustache, like, he really should be having a black cloak and then like dun 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 dun, and some maiden
Well, I always thought
tied
you
up.
could pull some top tier colonial stuff off with it. That's more my angle. I need to get the pith helmet out and start pushing people around.
Like, you gotta grow out your mustache and start beating up everyone named Nigel just out of principle.
I have read in the colonial era, having a mustache in the British Army was considered part of the uniform. You had to grow a mustache. Everybody did.
Really?
Imagine he had a shit mustache.
So I have heard.
Although I wonder if that same cockamamie mustache nonsense has followed Highway Patrol and like Chicago and NYPD and LAPD officers. Because for whatever reason, a bad haircut and a mustache tends to be the general like NYPD or Highway State Patrol Sheriff's Department haircut. You know?
Who's that? Oh, it's fucking.
Who's hitting you up?
No, it's fucking Lopan.
Oh, okay.
Talking about video games.
I'm being really rude because I did not write down the questions I wanted to ask you, StylishHoboCat, so I'm scrolling them on my screen as I'm not making eye contact with the fucking camera. So I'm really... Listen.
You can just look at your phone.
You think I'm fucking around, buddy? All right, I'll get to the questions in a little bit.
Always on your damn phone.
Well, since you have to field questions, we could start with the one that I mentioned, where gun control in America and Alec Baldwin murdering somebody.
That's right.
I mean, it's not really much of a cultural exchange other than, like, overseas people just pointing and laughing. And it's like, yeah, whatever. We murder people all the time with guns.
It's kind of
enjoying those, like, year-old tweets from him.
Oh,
where it just sounds like one kind of grand conspiracy all coming together. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Listen, I feel bad because, like, he tweeted in 2011 something. That's right, Griff. Yeah. Real Milk Baldwin hours. He tweeted something to the effect of like, all the gays will disappear.
Yeah.
And I quote tweeted him with the 4chan screenshot going like, dude, I thought you were joking. Like,
it's terrible.
He was tweeting. He tweeted.
No, he's got a couple of ones that
does anyone want a banana yellow T-shirt saying "My hands are up, please don't shoot"? And I quote tweeted that, going, "This is what you get for not following through on making shirts and asking them if people wanted them." All right, like,
yeah, this is fair.
There were too many things to dunk on that it just made it all too convenient. But StylishHoboCat, please.
Very quickly, Haynes, does this mean if you end up, the shirt business falls over, you're just going to go back to the office one day and just go completely postal?
I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations, but like you seem like a good dude. Don't go to 56th Street and 3rd Avenue anytime soon, all right?
To be fair, at least over here, like, if you're in the absolute worst of it, and there's nothing else you can do, but you've got a gun,
go postal.
Like, going postal just gets you, like, 3 meals a day, a bed, and a gym.
Although, no.
Always got that backup.
You make it... Listen, like, watch my cellmate be a guy who robbed the bank because knowing if he was a prisoner, he could get his dental work done and that, like, tumor removed from his lung instead of being on the outside and having no insurance. Yeah. That's going to be my cellmate. Because America...
It's that same logic of, like, you can take out a giant loan from the bank and pay it off for the next 20 years. Or you can rob the bank and get 10.
Right. I mean, if you're caught.
Yeah, if you're caught. But like,
Reminder. To quote Grift Shop, The Town is a documentary. All right. Speaking of bank robberies, so as a Uguzi,
what's
happy
going on?
Saturday. Hey, how are you? Stylish Hobocat. As a subject of Her Majesty's Royal Crumbling Ashes Empire, all right, we'd like to know what you think about the Second Amendment, because as an outsider, you're in Limey Land, where there are cameras everywhere, and it's meant to keep tabs on dissidents.
And they ban pizza cutters.
Yeah. Also, if you're seen in public with a butter knife, they send in the SWAT team on you, and they're the ones with the Nokia phones on their shoulder and the MP5s, right? Like, well, what's the name? What's the name of those cops with the MP5s? Because regular bobbies have fucking sticks, so if they go up against like 14 Algerians with machetes, they're kind of fucked. So, like, what's the name of the cops in England with the MP5s?
Armed response.
Oh, armed response. Oh, okay. All right, armed response. Do they
That's
have?
our answer. That's our answer to basically like SWAT. But there are armed coppers now who are, if there's Christmas markets and stuff like that, everyone's paranoid about terrorist attacks. So you do see the guys walking through fully armed there. It's bizarre to see. It's just, yeah.
I find that fascinating because I've been going to Times Square for years, and there are straight up soldiers.
Oh no,
armed to
dude!
the teeth, just hanging outside of like subway stations. And you walk by and they've got like combat shotguns, and they're like, "Hey, how you doing?" And it's
Yeah,
like, hey, what's up?
no, dude. They have things I saw growing up in like Time Splitters 2 and shit. Like,
And they just
for,
chill.
for years, you would see like army troops with like bomb sniffing dogs hanging out, shooting to shit with SWAT guys with their hands in their vest in the chill out, hanging out pose.
Yeah.
Like in all tactical gear minus like the fire fucking flashing goggles, just hanging out in Grand Central Station. Like people going to it, it ended up becoming a part of the background. Yeah. On one hand because of 9/11, but on the other hand, you eventually get desensitized to like, hey, these people could take over Manhattan in like 7 hours if they wanted to, but they have to make sure honkies from Connecticut leave their nice suburban home and then bray into their cell phones that translate into the fucking rotting flesh of people halfway around the world in some fucking boardroom on the 14th floor on Madison Avenue. But as a Brit, and I'd hate to call you a Brit because you're an Irishman, so I don't know if I should be calling you an Irishman. Is Irishman even an offensive term? What do I call you? What is the appropriate thing to call the identity of Stylish Hobocat, who has yet to discuss the second?
No one's going to get offended at you calling someone an Irishman. Irish people are pale. There's no diversity points there.
Fun fact. The term redneck came from Irish slaves brought over to the stolen colonies, and where they were picking cotton in fucking 12-hour sunlight in the middle of North Carolina and Georgia. And they came from the most humid, sunless fucking corner of the earth. So then the back of their necks would get red, and they're called rednecks. And that same disdain of the thing that sweated and tilled the soil then is looked upon today. Fun fact, that's where redneck comes from, all right? True story.
I'm surprised it just didn't burst into flames. Biology is not on their side there.
The Iberian menace spontaneously combusting when coming into contact with the sun. So talk to me, homeboy. What are your thoughts on the Second Amendment?
Personally, it's one of the things I admire about America. You've got the guns, you've got the government license to do it. Oh yeah, they're always trying to fuck with you, and well, they're not always. The thing is, though, most people in the UK would probably take that kind of standard lib line in America. You need more control, guns are bad, blah blah blah. What few people in the UK and maybe the US kind of appreciate is there's just a completely different history with guns. You had the War of Independence, you had the Civil War. I could be wrong here, but I get the sense there was much more people taking guns back afterwards. And people using them for hunting, people using the frontiers, all this other kind of shit.
Right.
In England, it's never been there. It's farmers have guns. There's there's professional hunters. Outside, that's it. Unless you're a criminal, of course.
I mean, I was gonna it's like the little Bane nonsense where it's like Yeah, no, we were born with it.
Right. You merely adopted the guns.
We've had the gun since day one.
We were born with it, molded by it. By the time I saw the daylight, I had already shot 90 people.
Yeah, we've had guns since we started. We've never not had them.
Right, because it's part of our listen. Like part of our backstory is that, like, in all due respect, the British show up wearing all red in the middle of winter with a fucking drum corps, all right? And then you have these people who are like, is it cheating if I hide behind this rock? And what helped them were guns. Like,
the days of chivalry.
Right, and the best part is that, like, we kind of okay, of course there were standard battles in the Revolutionary War, but, like, there were straight up ambushes, and, like, we basically Viet Conged the British before getting Viet Conged by the actual Viet Cong, like, 200 years later.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, to be fair, like, I obviously this whole, like, Baldwin shooting a guy, I mean, I've got theories, because, like, that shit was nonsense, and how the cinematographer gets shot and not a stunt guy.
Right.
Like, the wrong person is dead, and
First
I don't
of all,
know how this
two
happened.
people got shot.
Right, so 2 people that got shot that shouldn't have been in the line of fire if they were filming a scene, but that's a whole different, like, can of worms.
Mm-hmm.
As far as, like, guns, like, alright, have you ever been to Texas?
No.
Alright, so I visited Texas, because my brother lived down there for a little while,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember walking, so mind you, we lived in New York our entire lives, and then he moved down there. I remember walking into his place, and, like, I'm putting my bags down after getting off of a flight, and, like, me here in New York doesn't have access to guns, except for, like, my police officer friends.
Right.
And, like, going to shooting ranges with them.
Right.
So I remember walking into his apartment, and, like, so he's got his computer desk, and there's just a gun on it. And I'm like, okay, like, loaded firearm at the computer desk. And he's like, well, yeah, because it's right across from the door, so if anyone comes in, I can, like, blap them. And then he's like, so you can put your bags in my room, and then, like, next to his bed, there's a gun. And I'm like, so, like, where I have, like, a bed knife, you've got, like, a bed gun. And then you've got the gun on your desk. And he was like, oh, yeah. And he pulls his shirt up, and there's a holster with a gun on him. And I'm like, there are 3 guns within, like, a 10-foot radius of you right now.
Yep.
So we go out to go shopping for, like, groceries and shit to grab beers, like, cook dinner and hang out.
Yeah.
And I'm walking around, I'm like, every single person has their holster, like, ready to go. Mind you, this asshole fucking also was, like, willing to carry on, like, a fucking machete, because they, like, legalized at the time to carry a blade over, like, a certain amount of inches.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, yeah, but that's the thing, though. When everyone's got a gun, ain't nobody want to pull a gun.
Well, this is an armed
Carry a
society.
gun and a sword in Texas? Oh, fucking
Yes.
sign me up, man.
Yes! Like, they actually made it okay to carry a full sword.
Listen,
it used to be, I think it was, like, they okayed, like, 8-inch blades, and they were, like, no cap on the blade limit, and he was like, he actually went out and bought a high-quality, like, sword, because he was doing, like, security over there. So, like, on one side, he had his fucking handgun, and on the other side, instead of a combat knife, he had, like, a fucking sword.
It's kind of like everyone is their own Commodore in Texas. And, like, listen, this is proof that an armed society is a polite society, all right?
No one fucks with you because they know that if they start shit, you can pull first and be like,
Listen, this is kind of apocryphal, but there are 2 things about Texas I'd like to chime in on, all right? Number 1, one of my favorite videos of all time is when a guy tries to rob a cell phone store in Texas, and 3 different customers just like, blah, 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 and never have... Teamwork makes the dream work, all right? 3 different customers... 3 different people, 3 different stories.
Do you know what that tells
They're just
me?
hanging out.
You know what that tells me?
Yes.
The guy who tried to rob the store was not from Texas.
Ooh.
No shot.
Touche.
No
All right.
shot.
You were saying
I
HoboCat?
guarantee you they were like one of those fucking New York or California people who moved down to Texas because they were like, yeah, we're going to turn Texas blue. And then one of these hood rats who just like lived below their standard of living was like, I'm just going to rob a store in Texas. And they got fucking like firing squatted. And it was like, that just don't fly here. You can rob stores in New York all you want. You do that shit in Texas.
To be fair, even on the other side of the pond, I've never heard a bad thing against Texas in terms of people that have actually lived there.
Really?
To be fair, I had a question. Yeah, I had a question for you two guys. If
Go
you know, assuming you know New York, the city and state is the best place in the U.S. If you couldn't live in New York, if you had to live in another state, where would it be?
Arizona.
Oh.
That's a
I
very
say,
good-
why? What's
All right, so Arizona. So first things first, the property values there are so low because Arizona is basically a wasteland. So
I
where
heard the same thing about Texas, cheap houses.
it depends on where you are in Texas. Texas does have major cities. Arizona does too, but it's still cheaper than Texas. I'm not a big fan of living near major cities, even though I lived in New York my whole life. But
Right.
like, I would rather live in the middle of fucking nowhere, Arizona. So incredibly
Yeah.
cheap houses. The taxes, like the property taxes, are really low, similar to Texas. Again, great gun control where I can just arm myself to the teeth and no one fucks with me. But the reason why Arizona over Texas is because Texas currently has an influx of people who are like, move to Texas, turn it blue. Where Arizona is strictly like, no one wants to go there because they get like 120-degree weather on a regular basis. Where Texas can kind of be chill. So
Yeah.
it's Texas, but no one wants to go there. So as someone who likes to be more of a like live in solitude, it's
I always thought the Californians moving to place trying to turn places blue. I always thought it was a bit of a meme. I didn't, I saw kind of
no,
a
they
couple of
tried.
pictures of it.
They tried.
Oh, really?
In fact, they tried doing it to Texas, and then Texas was like, "Yo, what's up? All these blue folks coming here to vote. Y'all can't get abortions." And everyone's like, "All right, we got to go."
right?
They're cracking down. We got to go. And then there was
okay.
there was actually an exodus of those people because Texas decided like, no, we're gonna go hard right on our like legal on our laws,
They
just
went.
so you won't stay.
You listen. You can't fuck with Texas. Like that's it because like in the event Texas secedes from the Union, they have plenty of cattle, oil, and like 4 fucking military installations. So they kind of become a republic unto itself. And if Made in Mycelium, aka Not 17, if he shows up in chat, he could tell you about Californians moving to his corner of Idaho and having to fucking see California license plate even as far as Idaho. It's very real, Stylish HoboCat. It's not just a meme.
Well, and Danger said, if you think about it,
Ah.
people who would explode on the slightest mistake would make everyone polite. Yes. Little Dabs said, I like the Brazilians owning criminal vids. Isn't Austin the labor capital of Texas? I
Yes,
believe
it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Two quick things. Before I forget. One, I would say that.
Wait, where would you move?
Hold on. The two things I wanted to say. The first one, the armed society, polite society. All right, I'll get to where I move. Give me a second. But two, this is apocryphal, but like in places in Texas, at least back in the day, there used to be a coat check, and next to the coat check
Gun
was a
check,
gun
yeah.
check, and that was
Oh no! When you fly out of Texas, you don't leave your gun at home. You go to the airport, and at the like checkout, like to go onto the plane, they're like, "Okay, here's your lockbox. Put your like weapons and ammo inside. We'll lock it up. We'll take your information ticket number. We'll put it in like the locked cage. And when you land, because they're like, we don't want you like you bring your gun to the airport because we want you to be armed all the way until you're leaving.
Yep.
You leave it here so that when you land, you can take your shit back so you don't leave this airport unarmed. There is no leaving it at home. They lock that shit up at the airport for you so you don't have to go anywhere in the state without being armed. On top of that,
Damn, man.
like no, fuck
Fucking
that.
paradise.
You get to have your weapon just in case.
well, paradise north of Mexico is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Because-
they have border problems. But you know,
Well-
you know what they have to fix that border problem? Guns.
Well, hear me out. That's something I
Good
wanted
old
to...
genocide. See? England taught you guys well, you know. You can blame the Brits for doing it early in the colonies, but you learned well.
Thanks, England. You made us sleep with sawed-off shotguns underneath our pillow at night. No, listen. That's something I wanted to bring up at a later point, and where like when people in England think of like immigration problems, they're right next to like Western Europe, which is right next to North Africa. All right, and I can't even begin to what Brits think of when they think of like immigration. But immediately here in the U.S., when you hear immigration, 9 times out of 10 it means Mexican, because we share a border with Mexico, and we never hear of like leaves coming here and taking our good jobs, unless you live in like the East Coast, and where immigrants can be like, listen, there are immigrants from all over the world, but here in America, 9 times out of 10, immigrant tends to be synonymous with like Mexican.
The last couple of years have been kind of weird though.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
the last couple of years have not been like the Mexican immigration issue. It's been Middle Eastern and African refugees going overseas to South America to use the South America pipeline to America to get in.
Yep.
And that's become the major issue.
Well, I mean, no one ever talks about NGOs and their complicity in this whole thing, but
Yeah.
like that's a different whatever.
But I think now, if you ask someone about that,
Right.
it's like Syrian refugees and that kind of thing.
Right.
Where like even what happened? What was the one where they like the most recent one where they tried to fly a bunch of people in, like this last year they did this shit.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot where they were from, but like they tried to bring in a bunch of people because there was some like the fucking the Afghanistan thing.
Yep.
Like they were like, we're pulling out. You people don't want to be here. Put them in Ohio or some shit.
And nobody in Ohio asked for this.
Is the government doing all of that?
Oh,
In terms
yeah.
of whether it's Syrians, whether it's
You know,
or whatever war-torn shit.
I mean, like, in fact, like the parallels drawn from the fall of Saigon in 1975 to the last, like, helicopter leaving in Afghanistan, that was particularly jarring because it was like, if time really, okay, the more you argue against time not being a flat circle, the more life gives you more examples of time being a flat circle. But real quickly to answer your question, Stylish HoboCat, probably Louisiana or Maine.
Maine's pretty good.
That's where I'd go if New York was bust. Louisiana or Maine. No one ever. That's right, because Louisiana will be one of the last American strongholds of Southern identity in the sense of that, like, it is unique in the way, not to the degree that the French-speaking Quebecois, whatever the fuck you want to call them, people are in Canada, which I don't want to immediately take their side in saying they should be seceding, but they are an entirely different culture and entirely different people from the rest of Canada.
The only problem
And
with Louisiana is the weather.
How southern is Maine and Louisiana? Is it like I'm gonna get eaten by an alligator in a bayou? Could I find the Cajun queen?
Louisiana, you can get fucking bayou killed.
In Louisiana,
right,
a majority of no, because like the further west you go, the bayou ends up becoming like weird, placid, quiet lakes, like in Missouri and like Mississippi,
and then eventually you become desert country.
Right, but where it starts out in Louisiana is this horrid, voodoo bayou of alligators and dark arcane secrets.
Listen,
and
the weather can get so bad you'll die to the weather.
Right, but
Wow.
but the Cajun history and the people who live there are one of the listen. Like, I've never understood the weird, reflexive, knee-jerk disdain people on the coast tend to have of the South and the Midwest, and where like they will be one of the last enduring like pieces of American identity and culture. The South in particular, which like like there's because people immediately all right. Like Stylish HoboCat and people in chat, I hope you understand that, like, you see it on Twitter all the time, where as soon as you mention the South, people immediately think of the Civil War, and they immediately think of slavery, and they immediately think of, like, this person below the Mason-Dixon line, by virtue of this, has to be a bad slave-owning ancestor person.
Except they skip over the fact that, like, Miami, all of Texas, Las Vegas, Louisiana in general, like, those places exist, and...
No. Florida is a weird, like, Florida is
Not Florida, Miami.
Right, but Florida is strange, and where the further north you go, the more southern it gets.
Fair.
All right, that's a weird part of the world map in Florida, like we could talk about later if you want.
Also, as far as Maine goes, like, if I wasn't going to pick Arizona, the general New England area would be my second choice.
Oh, Maine's, because it's like a weird... Listen, I only pick Louisiana and Maine because they're holdouts in the sense of, like, listen, if things are so bad that New York City is off the fucking table, it's Louisiana or Maine. Because what the fuck kind of endgame pre-World War III scenario are you running here, Stylish HoboCat? Like, what the fuck, man?
With the New England
It's
area,
a really good question.
Because, like, they also have good gun laws, but they're not in the middle of fucking deserts and bayous. It's actually a nice area.
What do you have against the bayou?
Bayous and deserts are terrible places to live. Listen, I picked Arizona, right? I'm gonna fucking die to a heat stroke. Like, it's the same way you're gonna drown in a rainstorm because your house is gonna go underwater because the whole fucking state's in a bowl.
And I'm gonna be running from an alligator in the very house where my grandchildren were born at, and I'm gonna be running from an alligator, and they're just gonna find like a left arm and a thigh.
Or like the New England area, all right. The worst thing you get is crazy snowstorms.
It's a confidence change. You'd be wearing alligator skin. That's what you'd be doing.
And my hands. My mask. They'll bury my mask instead of what's left of me. All right, fair enough.
To
But
be fair, we should probably stop going for the southern places and just default to going like northeast.
oh no, then we're just
It's a lot
gonna
safer.
then we're just gonna shit lib and angry up the Northeast because like well, then they're gonna be like, oh, the New Yorkers are showing up, you know?
Yeah, but we're not like New Yorkers in the sense of like I mean, like when you're like New Yorkers, like no, we're not. No. I know what you're thinking. No.
Oh, HoboCat. Hey, all right. So StylishHoboCat. From your neck of the woods because you're over in Nottingham. All right. So first of all, when people in England, when people in Nottingham think of New Yorker, what do they think of? What comes to mind?
It's going to be all the Italian stereotypes, mainly. That's the idea.
Really?
Yeah,
Mm.
100%. That's all. You've got to think how much your media plays on that stereotype. Then consider that's all you get in England. There's no other way you'd see the other side of it.
It's really funny you say that because even people from the South will look at like the representation of New York City and just portray it as like, hey, oh, this fucking guy, Minga Maron,
I'm walking
just-
here. Yeah,
right,
it's all
and
that kind of shit.
And it's all like dudes in tracksuits yelling over nothing in particular.
To be fair,
Like,
I had a lady at work recently. She
Mhm.
was like, I just met her, and then I gave her my name, which is my real name is very Italian
Mhm.
in origin, and she was like, "Oh, one of you," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's New York. What do you mean?" So even the people here are like, "Oh, yeah, it's a pretty
Yeah.
common name around here." I'm like, "Yeah,
yeah.
uh,
And
what's up?"
all right, hold on. Danger goes Italian. I'm walking you. This is literally what I came up with. All Brits are the same. Oh, fuck you.
I mean,
This
this
fucking guy.
it confirms the bias.
Right. Listen. So, it is kind of funny though how like,
Like, tell me you've never seen that stereotype somewhere.
oh no, but it works because there are.
Honestly, I have not seen that.
Oh, sorry, no, I didn't mean in real life. I mean in terms of like the American
No.
media that America
The
puts out.
media,
It's
yes.
fucking-
Here,
yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
You could go to Arthur
No, of
Avenue.
course not.
No, fuck you. You can. You could go because Little Italy doesn't exist anymore. All right, TLDR. There used to be a neighborhood called Little Italy, and it was a living,
Where they
thriving
had-
Italian
They
American.
had festivals in the area.
Right. In fact, if you watch The Godfather Part 2, and like that whole scene where a young Vito Corleone whacks Don Fanucci, and there's that big that's the fucking San Gennaro feast, and that's been a part. It still happens every year, but now Little Italy is like a 3-block square radius because the Chinese bought up everything. So the point is, if you want to go to Little Italy, you got to go to Arthur Avenue in the Bronx. And you go to Arthur Avenue in the Bronx, and you're going to see fat slobs with gold chains and stained wife beaters with suspenders going, hey, oh, over nothing in particular.
To be
You
fair,
can see this. It's kind of like National Geographic Human Being Edition, but no one wants to go to the Bronx.
Here's the thing.
So it's kind of like it helps keep it like safe in a bubble,
If
you
you
know?
were gonna accurately stereotype New York and the way like most of New York behaves and speaks,
Yeah.
in like the media, and I think there's a reason why you don't see this more often. You would get these gentrified, pussified, colored-haired, soft, weak wrist libs whining and complaining and pissing their pants, or you'd get these straight up hood rat from bad neighborhood kind of people.
Right.
And both of those things are considered offensive stereotypes, even though they're very fucking real, and you see way more of that here than anything else.
You see them every other block.
The third one would be like the Wall Street assholes, which like those are also very
The
real.
finance guys,
So
yeah.
it's like the fucking piss and shit your pants libs, the hood rats who may or may not stab you because they're talking to themselves or yelling at no one in particular, and then like the white dudes on Wall Street in suits who make
Well,
way more money.
no, the finance guys are either white dudes or like they're whitewashed versions of whatever ethnicity or nationality they are.
Fair.
Like if they're like Indian American, Asian American, even like the occasional white passing Latino. And it's like, oh, excuse me, your ID says Arturo Munoz. Why are you telling everyone your name is Arthur? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, you got scores, you got all sorts of whitewashed. I'm just saying.
But that's the New York stereotypes.
Right. So every one out of every 3 of those people is a finance type like that.
Yeah.
Usually a finance bro, if I may say.
Mhm.
But all right. Question. All right. So now we're gonna get to the heavy Finnegan's Wake part of the stream. All right, now hang on, StylishHoboCat. How do you reconcile being an Irishman living in a country that has had its boot on the neck of Ireland for so many centuries? Like British-Irish relationships to me has always been like, someone described it as like England thrashing Ireland, going, "We'll never forget what we did to you." Like that's been the like basis of British-Irish relationships. So like, how do you reconcile that? What's that like? Am I looking way too far into this?
I mean, no, you're not wrong on the historical side of things. I mean, I know the basic like Republican viewpoint is Ireland has been at war with England for 800 years, and there always will be until it's a unified island, until until Brits out is finally achieved. How do you rectify it? It's more on a class basis, I guess. If you look at the sort of the landowners that are in Ireland, say in the 1800s, that were tossing people off the land and screwing over everyone that they possibly could, they were doing the same thing in England. They were still shitting on the average person. They were still had control of all the land. If they didn't want you there, if your family had lived in a farm area for say hundreds of years in the 1800s, or 1700s as well, landowners would just come in telling you to fuck straight off because now cotton was the big thing. They wanted people off to get as many sheep in as they can.
Right.
So you've been screwed over by the same people. So I think that's what helps you move past it.
All right.
Plus, you're surrounded by, surrounded, but there's loads of people with Caribbean heritage or African heritage. They got the brunt of the colonies, and they seem to be dealing with it on some level.
Oh.
I think that's the only way around it. If you try to pull some like serious ethnic nationality, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Yeah, ethno-nationalist kind of stance on both of those things, your head would just fucking explode because it's impossible.
Right.
You just have to see yourself as some Gaelic bongoloid mutant and move on.
So the build on what you're saying, is it like, okay, so like it's hard not to feel that you're being slighted, and where, for example, like the West Indian people and like the Pakistani people and the Indian people and even like the fucking random Chinese and Malaysian people, and what the fuck are Brazilians doing here, and then the Portuguese speaking people, and then the fucking Polish people. So all these people get to have their parade, and the we're here, because like here in New York City, like everyone has their parade, even the Irish, although like plastic patties and actual Irish nationals are a whole different universe apart.
Yeah.
But the point is, so like in England,
the parade is for proper, like, people of Irish descent,
right?
but the crowd that shows up,
oh my god, oh my god,
is the people who are just wearing green and drinking and being like, yeah,
it is the spectacle of humanity.
St. Patrick's Day is just an excuse to get wankered.
Yeah.
The best thing in England is the people that you will see actually getting the most excited about St. Patrick's Day are black people, which has just got to be, it's beautiful to see. All the Irish people have fucking long gone home.
They're filling in the vacuum that you people had left behind. So in the UK though, like, do you feel that all these different, like, for example, like the West Indian, Pakistani, Hindu, Indian, X, Y, and Z, so all these people get to, for lack of a better term, like, they get to be proud of who they are, and then like
people who run the government,
and then they kind of sorta, I'm just saying, the BBC is awfully diverse, and that's even Matty Furious once spoke of going to his he met Mama Furious, and Mama Furious was like, oh, what happened to Doctor Who is just a crime. And like, even so far removed from all of this nonsense, because like she had grown up listening to the radio Doctor Who, and it was a big part of, like, you know, from pop culture to now woven into, kind of like how like Captain America is an American, even if you don't give a shit about comics. Captain America, yeah, he punched Hitler, Civil War, Bucky,
Funny-
blah
funny
blah
you
blah.
mention
He
it.
killed a
Did
vampire,
you hear
like
that
you know.
with Doctor Who recently?
Oh yeah, with the whole undoing of its core origin, strong women.
No. Yeah,
Diverse.
that happened in the show.
Did
But
that-
like, what
that-
happened most recently
No,
was that the guy who
I'm not on BBC Suicide Watch. I wouldn't know what happens.
I mean, I'm a Doctor Who fan, and I hated the whole last bit of it. But the guy who was in charge of it, fucking, I think his name is Chibnall, but I've been consistently calling him Chinballs this whole time.
Yeah.
He's been fired, and they're bringing back, I believe, Russell T Davies, one of the writers from the, I guess, in my opinion, golden era of the New Who, like David Tennant's era.
Really?
And there's talks of them being like, yeah, so we're just gonna let him write a new season, and there may or may not be like
So
there may or may not be a backstepping of like, yeah, multiverse might be a thing.
okay.
Just to be like, yeah, that happened, but not over here.
So there is a chance this is salvageable.
Well, it's one of those things where we're lucky enough that Doctor Who fell victim to woke culture at the same time that woke culture is being like people are realizing it's bullshit. Like, so someone was sitting there and going, okay, hold on.
Ah, yes.
Doctor Who did the whole woke broke thing, and then BBC was like, and fired, get the other guy back, let's fix this, please. It took him a little while.
That does kind of illustrate what the BBC is like. Is yeah, they do all the diverse shit. They do anything kind of woke. But when you look at sort of the rest of the programming, especially kind of the news, there's nothing seriously critical there. They're not. It's token kind of token gestures to the idea, really.
That's fair.
What you got to consider about the BBC is they're state funded.
Yeah.
So no matter the political allegiance of people actually running the station, the network, they know they can't really criticize whoever's in power because otherwise the money's gone. I see you don't have a job.
Right. And that is a very big divide between American and British media, and where like we take for granted that first of all we have cable TV, which is this entire different fucking multiverse of
500 channels, baby. USA,
right.
USA.
Yes! Like, to quote Bruce Springsteen, despite the fucking mutant he became, like, 57 channels and nothing's on. Like, imagine having that kind of problem. Like, that's the joke. So.
Well, it's also kind of funny that our news media is owned by overseas.
Kinda, sorta. I'm not just before we let the cement dry where it is. Weird Al has a song called Cable TV, and it is one of the most delightful. Like the songs Weird Al made that weren't parodies of anything, that were just his songs, like Cable TV. You know, like watching the stock market from Korea. Captain Kangaroo dubbed from Peru. And now I got cable TV because I could watch soccer in Madrid, or I could see the weather in Cuba. I can see satellites fall to Texas, or see the Eiffel Tower. It's cable TV. Cable TV. It's cable TV. It's a pretty good song. So. Weeaboo Judas goes, hardware store is so good. Yes! The Weird Al originals are gorgeous. So, loads of English people have partial Irish descent. Little Dabs, he says that. StylishHoboCat, what's the deal with that?
That's true, 100%.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, the school I went to, it was there for sort of 40, 50 years, and it was a product of all the Irish community in Nottingham. They weren't sending their children to a Protestant school, let alone the fact they won't get in. Let alone the fact they won't get into one. They've got to make their own.
Maybe I'm misinformed, and you're more than welcome to correct me, but I feel like English people having partial descent of a lot of things is pretty common. I'm not sure there's much of a proper English race left.
Yeah, how many
It's pretty rich coming from America. Let's be fair.
Oh no, we're mutts. We were mutts out the gate.
Kind of, sorta.
Like
listen,
America was built on just mixing all this shit and being like, whatever, you live here, it counts.
Listen, StylishHoboCat, let's be perfectly clear. Mutts with guns is America. That was the founding,
So we've never had an actual identity. We were just mad people who showed up and was like, fuck it, we're American now.
Like, yo, fuck your taxes.
Are you here? You're American now. Just deal with it.
Listen, after all these years, people are still screaming and crying over taxes.
But like the bloodlines and like I mean and again I don't live there, but from what I've seen, ain't a whole lot of pure blood English folk left.
Well, I think the Brahmins and the upper caste of like the British, although but
In fact, I would also imagine that a lot of the bloodlines that were there are now here.
Maybe.
And being watered down.
As rich foreign nationals. No, wait. HoboCat. What I don't understand about the upper class, I don't want to call, okay, for lack of a better example, the new rich and the old aristocracy, the honkies of England, they have to make like an identity of trashing England's history. Like, that seems to be par for the course, in where, like, kind of like how, like, in America, to be in Hollywood, you have to have left-leaning, shitty, obtuse, and abstract ideals in politics, because those talking points heavily rely on celebrities. So in England, shitting on the British identity and Britain's history tends to be the UK equivalent of that par for the course. Like, am I wrong? Or like, here, talk to me. What the fuck is up with this?
I mean, there's going to be examples of people that would, have that the standard American lib mentality. But if you're talking about new rich, their political engagement is only really based around economics. You know, are they going to get taxed more? Are they going to get taxed less? Is someone regulating, deregulating? That's their primary concern. If you're talking about sort of the remaining aristocracy, the ones that made it through, no, they wouldn't shit on the history at all. They're probably one of the few people that could publicly talk about it, and they would get away with it because they've got fuck you money. So, I mean, yeah, you're not going to see them parading down the street in full colonial gear, but yeah, like I said, this is the wealthy aristocracy that remains are kind of background. I think with America, again, with it being just a younger nation and your general media being a lot more big, a lot more pervasive, then as you say, then yeah, you have to parrot the same lines because you're always seeing everyone's paying attention to everything. If you want to be in this in-group, you have to parrot everything. But
right.
Since England's older, it's got groups that have been doing their own thing for centuries. So I'm not going to let people tell them different now.
Okay. So a blink once if yes or twice if no. So England is currently being ran by a cross-current or co-current of interests, some of which include the remaining British aristocracy and royalty, and the rest are a remaining group of conglomerate, multinational, possible, wanting the singularity, worshippers of Moloch. Is that who runs England now?
It's not too far from the truth. I see you guys. You've got the special thing with the Moloch bit.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, you have us beat. I mean, like, for all we know, like, there are fucking sacrifices happening in fucking Stonehenge right now, and we wouldn't find out about it until someone goes jogging. And they're like, I saw a bunch of flies.
It's just a lot of mushroomed out hippies. I can promise you that.
Really? Ah.
100%, mate.
Because like I've always wondered what the cultural significance of Stonehenge is to the UK, because like on one hand, yes, it's pretty amazing and delightful that technically kind of sort of no one can say how this was put together, and on the other hand, it's like, wow, I YouTubed this and I saw stinky hippies too. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was like, hey, that's like the seventh guy with dreadlocks. That's just like taking it in. And like, damn it, I wanted to see the solar equinox today. I didn't want to smell patchouli through a fucking TCP/IP connection, you know?
Stonehenge has a museum? That's weird.
Most people are kind of neutral about it. You know, some people will go just for, sightseeing. It's the tourist kind of bit. Generally, people don't care. But then there is like a subset of the population that try and capture the old British, like, druidic kind of history. which apparently is impossible to follow because the Romans killed them all about 2,000 years ago. Those are like the original Druids.
Really?
Because that's what it's all connected to. Yeah, it's all sort of, almost coming to like Neolithic kind of faiths that were around at the time.
If memory, if memory serves, funny you mentioned the Romans. If memory serves me correctly, Tedverse goes Pax Romana greater than Gaelic fairies. Ooh, yo, Tedverse, you and StylishHoboCat are gonna have to settle this on the cobbles.
To be fair,
right?
this also explains why like modern paganism is so fake and gay.
Yeah.
Because there's no real druids.
Right.
Yeah, 100%.
Listen.
All
right?
these modern witches are just based off of some dumb shit in Salem a couple of years back when people got burned alive. They have no actual skill sets or like magic.
Most of the cult shit is based off European aristocrats got interested in it in the 1800s. After philosophers were starting to argue against the existence of God. There's a bit of room. So if you wanted to be like really socially decadent, you got interested in this occult shit. But people were making stuff up.
Yeah.
So now you have all these like trust fund witches.
That's what I'm saying. If all the druids actually died, that means there's no information being passed down. So all this shit is just half-assed and made up.
And listen, the trust fund witches crawled so Aleister Crowley could walk. All right.
Well, Crowley may have actually had something going on.
Listen.
Crowley was interesting.
At the very least,
Aleister,
yes.
listen,
like,
I am willing.
there.
I am willing to concede Aleister Crowley in the following way. Take punk, all right? It is now a parody of what it used to be, but the DIY work ethic and approach and aesthetic will absolve punk for the history of anything ever.
I don't know about that.
No. DIY as a concept came from punk.
No, I get that. I'm just saying I don't think for the history of everything ever.
I know. Eventually, something. Look.
I think there is eventually,
Nothing will beat DIY.
But eventually there'll be a wall, and punk will be nothing but a shell of itself.
Oh,
and laughed
well,
upon.
of course, it is already a parody of a parody. But the DIY approach and work ethic sort of absolves it.
Until there's something new.
Right. But the point is...
And I would also argue that punk was never good.
Blasphemer.
All right, but Aleister Crowley said, "As above, so below," and that can be taken and applied and utilized in any number of ways. Like even out of context, it can be used correctly.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you should bank on it, but that whole "as above, so below" that speaks volumes.
Yeah.
So for what it's worth. The 18th century dandy fops who got interested in this shit crawled so Aleister Crowley could walk. All right? And no one ever brings up that he was homies with like Jack Parsons and fucking L. Ron Hubbard. No one ever brings up that like the fucking L. Ron Hubbard, the creator of Scientology, was chummy with Aleister Crowley at one point. Fun fact. No one ever brings this up.
Hubbard liked his shtick. Thought he could make a bit more money out of it.
Hey, listen, Jack Parsons is one of the reasons NASA got to the fucking moon and in space, because Jack Parsons was responsible for the jet propulsion system of the rockets that NASA used to fight the commies in the space race. All right? So,
NASA's success was Nazi rocket engineers.
And the occult.
It was all Operation Paperclip.
Don't talk about how NASA's run by Nazis, all right?
What? Am I wrong?
No, you are 100% correct.
Hey.
And I am a firm believer that to this day, the space race is still run by Nazis. We're just not talking about it.
StylishHoboCat, honestly, to quote Monoxus, maybe America. Maybe Germany can be forgiven for you-know-what because all the real Nazis seem to live in America? Seriously, no one ever brings up Buenas noches, mein Führer, to all the fucking Nazis that trickled down to Argentina, or the ones that ended up in NASA.
All I'm saying is there are two people in this country currently looking towards getting back into space and continuing to do what NASA couldn't, and they're both kind of shady. And they're both mildly racist. And they're both anti-Semitic. So all I'm saying is, getting the fuck off this planet started with Nazis.
Right.
and it's probably going to end with Nazis.
Oh no.
We got the Stars and Stripes Space Fourth Reich. That's gonna be pretty fucking awesome.
The Stars and Stripes.
Don't be surprised when the Red Planet is run by a group whose banners are red.
Oh no. Don't. Why must you curse us, Minox?
I'm not cursing us. I'm just predicting the future.
All right. Stylish HoboCat.
21st century manifest destiny.
So,
All right.
Stylish HoboCat.
Nazi Mars.
All right. Have you ever been to London?
Yes, it's a fucking terrible place. Don't go.
All right. Tell us about London.
It is a grey, dank shithole. You familiar with the North-South divide, sort of the cultural bit in the UK?
All I know is that East Enders in London are not to be fucked with. That's all. That's all. That's all. Is that true? Is that true? Like, is the East End of London where people do like da 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 da, but like people get stomped out in broad daylight, and there's like and guns are really hard to come across by, so people's shit get burned down. Like, I don't know. Is that true? What is up with the East End of London?
I don't really know personally, but I know they like to play on it. But just to put it in a nutshell, North-South divide is, you've got the sort of local cultures being different. All the sort of wealth, finance, and power was always in the south. All the industrial sites were on the north. Industrial sites are now gone north. So now
it's like opposite of America. This is amazing.
So, but there's lots of people in the south. It's got it's just this.
Hey, Stylish HoboCat. Stylish HoboCat.
No.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Except we had to do it the other way around because we're jerks.
Yes, just to spite the parents.
Whatever you did, we're doing.
Fuck
it the
you,
other way
mom
around.
and dad. I'm gonna do the opposite. And the north is where the fucking financial center is gonna be, where $4 billion like exchange hands every hour. Fuck you, mom and dad.
We're gonna put all the poor people in the south. Fuck you. And we're gonna call the north New England.
It's gonna be straight roads, none of this old winding bullshit.
You're right. Our cities are gonna look like graph paper. Fuck you, mom and dad.
You still feel the sting to this day.
So tell. Okay.
North-South divide, right?
All right.
The lots of people in the south is a saying of it's grim up north. It's just pointing out everyone's fucking poor. All these fucking broken ass cities, they're not as rich as us. It's just it's just fitting on the north. They have got some fucking cheek to say that in London because it's awful. It's just one endless concrete abomination. It's shifty motherfuckers everywhere you look.
Really? In North London?
It's London's got all the knife crime and all the gun crime now.
Really?
But when you look around and you just see people,
the violent crime.
You mean the
Yeah.
real crime?
Sorry?
The real crime. Quote unquote.
I don't know. I feel like rape and drug stuff also counts as real crime.
Right, but guns in England is unprecedented unless there has been an Overton window shift that has occurred that no one wants to talk about in that part of the world.
Okay.
I mean,
People talk about it. I think
am I wrong?
I think the biggest difference with guns in the UK is 99% of the time, if you're on the receiving end of a gun, if you had to get shot or if you're just being threatened with it, you are probably a criminal as well. You're probably involved in some, either some low-level gang shit or some higher level, something more serious. The people that, so the innocent people that get killed with guns in UK, it's all innocent bystanders. Okay, to about 20 minutes from where I live, me and my friends were all smoking up in a house, and there was a fucking shotgun blast outside. Whoever did it missed the guy he was trying to kill.
With a fucking shotgun?
Yeah, he ended up a couple of fragments of it ended up catching some 7-year-old girl playing in the front garden.
Oh no, that is such an American story, is it not?
I realize you grabbed another golden monkey.
Oh god damn it! That wasn't my intention, but still.
I'll take that.
All right.
Let's just get rid of it.
Listen,
I
Stylish
think the only thing
HoboCat.
left is the sour though. So Stop grabbing golden monkeys.
What the fuck am I supposed to drink?
Sour.
Fine.
Last time we drank this, you got too drunk.
All right, listen. Stylish
Hold on.
HoboCat.
I have to chime in real quick. I am no longer scared of the marksmanship of places outside the U.S. when you can miss with a shotgun. How inaccurate do you have to be to have a close-range spread shot weapon that can hit a crowd of people and miss your target?
And a 7-year-old.
The only people that know how to shoot are professionals.
Well,
No,
right, you would expect that, right?
No, but a
Stylish HoboCat?
shotgun is just
You would.
like a shotgun is a cone weapon.
If Snatch has taught us anything, there is a difference between professionals and peoples whose life and earnings and careers revolve around
I'm just
it.
saying, you aim
and
a shotgun
people
in the
who-
general area
who
of your
think
target.
they can, and the expectation of results.
The only thing that would be
There's a
more
divide
offensive
right
than
there, my
missing with a
friend.
shotgun is missing with an explosive,
No, then you have Israel and Palestine.
which is also why I don't fear them.
I mean,
Because they
danger,
miss,
danger in the chat is right.
they miss with
Yeah,
an
it's-
area of
it's-
effect.
Or to
It's
quote-
fucking farmers you want to watch out
To
for.
quote, now hang on. Let me scroll back very quickly. Ted Verse goes, all of Britain bows to a royal palace guard hat. He also goes, okay, no, it's ass above, head below. All right, you cheeky bitch. NASA is governed by two ends, Nazis and noetics. Hail, Ex Machina F. Lopan goes, Hail Hydra. Ted Verse goes, isn't there some kind of paraplegic dark creature in East London called the Catman of Greenock? Nairobi's assassins are hitting headshots with guns made of shoe repair machine parts. Anglos are lacking bad. All right, Tedverse, what is this insane epic poem you're unfolding in Twitch chat?
I want to know
as
the
we
Catman of Greenock.
as we discuss
I've never heard of that in my life.
things with
Apparently they've got some
Stylish
paraplegic cryptozoological being, a Catman with like.
Let us know of the Catman of Greenock, please. Maybe he could fight.
I've never heard of that.
Maybe-
No,
go on,
Tedverse can chime in.
Maybe the Catman of Greenock could fight the Monkey Man of Mumbai in a
Here's
steel
the thing:
cage
it's a
match.
paraplegic, though.
Oh,
Is it not what that
The
says?
guy, I've heard of a guy called Spitman in London. That was fucking weird.
who's Spitman?
The story about him is some guy used to pay people to like fucking spit on him, and just like kind of just do all this kind of degrading shit to him. But he used to like hang around in
So
like
you
some
mean, like-
really bad area.
You mean like regular modern
Oh.
people in the U.S.?
Oh, now mind you, there used to be a guy. I wonder. No. Listen. He's right. I wonder whatever happened to that guy who was like, "Tell me off for $2." There used to be a guy, remember, in Manhattan, and he would hold a sign, and it was cardboard, and it had in perfect, flawless font, "Tell me off for $2." And he was even on an episode of like Insomniac with Dave Attell. He was on like all these like news programs and like late night comedy things where people would line up. And sometimes like the blooper reel, like the B footage would be like him making change with people who like, I only have a 20. And he's like, and he's like fishing through the cup he has in front of him for like change for a 20. So like some fucking finance prick could be like, fuck you, you beep, 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 beep. And like, listen, like, so the spit man, I'm not saying is like out of the ordinary, but if there is a man smart enough to figure out a market for people to yell at him, I'm sure there was some guy like in some corner of the earth who was like, this is the only way I can get hard and achieve erection.
To be
And,
fair,
like, and there's some guy
kind of
in
funny
the UK
that
who wants to get
overseas.
spat on.
Now over there, there's a guy who's like, pay money to spit on. Where over here, there's someone who's like, I want you to spit on me, and I give you money.
Mm.
And then there are millions of those.
Yo. Shout outs to the Yorkshire Strangler, all right? So like he was like the UK's first serial killer where like he was just like strangling bitches left and right and they were like mostly prostitutes. but like England in like the early 1970s, if not. Listen, Stylish HoboCat, correct me if I'm
I
wrong
can't
at any
imagine
point.
going back to the first.
Well, listen. Well, okay. Jack the Ripper was probably. Well, I don't know. The point is, like England, much like listen, the
Like, I
apple
know,
did not fall far from the tree.
I
Is
know,
all
like,
I'm saying.
I think
All right?
here historically, what was it? H.H. Holmes is our first,
Right.
like first on the record killer.
Mm.
I think.
But listen. The apple did not fall far from the tree. So even though America tends to be known for serial killers, I do love how the Yorkshire Strangler forced, first of all, Scotland Yard. And Stylish HoboCat, for those listening at home, for the ladies and jerks in chat, what is Scotland Yard?
Sir?
Sorry, you cut out there. I heard what is Scotland?
Sir? Oh, all right. What is Scotland Yard? For the ladies and jerks in chat, for those watching and listening at home, what is Scotland Yard?
Scotland Yard is the centre of the Metropolitan Police, which is London's sort of separate police force.
All right.
They have the shadiest record out of all police organisations. They are kind of separate. Everywhere, you've got like a city and a county sort of police.
Right.
But
Well,
then Met is its own separate of entity.
Wait. We have local, state, and federal law enforcement. So in the UK, is Scotland Yard separate from that chain of command?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Wait,
The
where,
way they operate, they kind of get away with a lot more because they're in London.
Oh, because they're in London.
So they're the local. They're like the NYPD.
All right, or the Chicago PD,
Whatever. They're London.
or the LAPD.
And
Like
they only speak with and deal with London-based. Therefore, you're above board, like how federal does not get involved with the NYPD affairs unless they have to,
Right.
and like our state police don't give a fuck about things going on within the city like minutes.
I think this kind of just illustrates a cultural difference. A lot of things in America, you have your set levels, your set definitions, and then people try and use legislation to blur the lines even more. In the UK, everything's just fucking blurred from square one. Average person walking around has no fucking idea. So, everyone knows the Met Police is kind of above the other police forces. You can get away with more.
Oh shit!
Actually, quantifying all that is kind of hard.
So Scotland Yard is the apex predator of the unexplainable blurry lens of this thing? Is that what you're saying?
Actually, the easiest way I can put it, if a British cop is gonna shoot you, chances are it's a fucking Met Police. That's the easiest way to say it.
Okay, so where does Scotland Yard rank in all of this?
Where's it rank in all of its what? Sorry.
Okay, where does Scotland Yard rank in the, like, if something grimy was going to happen to you? The reason I ask is because the Yorkshire Strangler, all right, he forced Scotland Yard to, okay, this branch has this Rolodex of information, and this branch has this Rolodex of information. So there was no cohesive, unified Rolodex of information for profiles or shit going down. So unfortunately, kind of like okay, the Yorkshire Strangler is kind of like the British version of Anton Chigurh. Like, you had no idea what laid await in the horizon for you in this coming world. All right, so this person who was so good at what they did, they forced you to overhaul everything. All right, this always happens because of 1, trolls, or 2, monsters. So, the reason I bring this up, Stylish HoboCat, is because, like, Scotland Yard, which was the predominant authority overseeing the Yorkshire Strangler, they had to get their shit together into some sort of unified information system to match profile, motive, victim, X, Y, and Z. Because, mind you, this was in the 70s, and everything was still done on paper. This was millions of years before Google, before fingerprinting databases, before ocular databases, before facial recognition, before just typing people's names into search engines.
Sure.
You know? So, the reason I bring this up, all right, StylishHoboCat, I hope you're still with me, all right? So,
Oh yeah.
what is the deal with Scotland Yard? Because Scotland Yard got its ass together. Listen, of all the countries on Earth, America seems to have this weird cottage industry of serial killers, but like the UK is this quiet, low-key manufacturing of like the UK has its own monsters,
I think
serial killers, criminals,
the best way would be to try
sociopaths.
and compare it to.
Because the apple does not fall far from the tree.
I'm gonna say, I think the best way would be to compare it to what we have.
Fuck your stolen colonies.
So, like for instance, you would have
Fuck this gay earth.
like local PD, like the NYPD, and the NYPD only operates within the city. Like the
Right.
5 boroughs, that's where the NYPD reigns.
Sometimes Yonkers or Long Island.
But the NYPD just focuses on the city of New York,
Mhm.
where New York State troopers have reign across the state of New York.
Right.
And then outside of that, you now have
The FBI.
federal jurisdiction.
You have the
So
FBI. Once something crosses state lines, it's the
you
FBI.
have the FBI. So, city, whole state, whole country.
Mhm.
Where would Scotland Yard fit into there?
Right. Where does Scotland Yard fit
Comparably.
into that? All right.
I think that's what he's trying to
Okay,
do.
so
Yeah,
it would
yes.
it would be city, but because it's London, they've got more resources, they've got more ability than other police forces around. So if you do have a serial killer and the local police force isn't getting anywhere, then yeah, you probably could. Yeah, you would be able to sort of contract the Met into doing it.
Okay.
Oh, the Met. Okay. Wait. So the Met and Scotland Yard are the same thing.
Yeah, sorry, Scotland Yard
Oh!
is where they're based. That's their main building.
Oh, okay. This. Okay.
Sorry, did I not mention that?
No, you did not. Okay, this clarifies so many. Okay, you see, you look, and we speak the same language, and look at this divide. You see, that is the whole point of this cultural exchange, Nottingham Queen's trash, like stream. All right.
That's fair.
Okay.
Which is
so
interesting. Hold on.
so the Met and Scotland Yard are one and the same, right?
What I find interesting, though, is that they are city-based,
Uh-huh.
and they have more power as a city-based thing,
Uh-huh.
where here our city-based jerks are the lowest in the totem pole.
Right.
But even here, city cops...
Fuck you, Mom and Dad.
Even here, city cops can get away with literal murder.
Yes. Google LAPD gangs. That's all I'm saying.
I find that funny.
You got to think it's because it's London. It's because London City.
my God.
That's why they're
Right.
getting away with it.
Right. Well, but isn't okay.
Technically,
You've got the royals, you've got all the politicians, you've got all the money.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
of course
I
they
mean,
go with the
That's
biggest
also why
names.
the NYPD gets away with murder.
Okay. Right. It's funny because it's true.
Because it's the city police, and they have more power. The NYPD has more power than entire other states, like local government.
Right.
And that's just our city police.
In fact, like you could take a couple of like bum ass nothing states and combine them together, and they have shit compared to the NYPD.
So
I hate to say that.
So what I've learned today is that the NYPD and the Met are very similar.
Yes.
They
All right.
have way too much power for a city-based policing unit.
Right. Why does this police department have sway in presidential elections?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what is okay? So,
How come other people are like, we need some information, or we need some help on this?
all
Or they
right.
want
So,
to-
ladies and jerks, this was an epiphany for me because Scotland Yard and the Met are one and the same.
makes sense,
Now,
though.
no, because like StylishHoboCat. Now, like fucking months from now, let's say I'm just in the middle of like some alleyway in East London, and some guy is just like, the Met, and in my mind's eye, I'm like, oh yeah, that's Scotland Yard, and I'm gonna be like, obligatory comment about how the fucking Met is garbage because the filter of Scotland Yard and the incompetence of bureaucracy in the city having that kind of fucked up kind of power. And they're going to be like, yeah, And then, like, he's gonna have some sort of fucking, like, deal about Charlie, and he's cutting it with laxative, and then he ends up getting whacked by a bunch of fucking yardies, and then the yardies are gonna hand it off some people in fucking Hong Kong, and then, like, fucking, like, Matty Furious is busy robbing pensioners for their lotto money, and then we end up pooling everything together, and no one is none the wiser, and we hide out in the bits for, like, half a year because, like, they're not gonna fucking let up on us, alright? So you didn't, I mean, in Minecraft. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
always
In Minecraft.
Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
There's a beautiful crime spree you've got planned out.
What crime spree?
In Minecraft.
What crime spree? There was no crime spree.
Hey, if you want to join the Minecraft
Allegedly.
server, come to the Discord and we'll let you know. All right.
Yeah, I'll give you the login so you can get into the server. Crime spree.
All right. So to address chat very quickly, Danger goes, or that one case where some stupid teenager broke into a farmer at night and he used his hunting rifle and killed him out of self-defense. In America, it would be a no-brainer. In England, it was in the gray area. Ooh, Danger.
Wait, you
Excellent
can't shoot
point.
people in England?
Well, we have to let the fucking Brits speak about this. I'm not a Brit.
All right.
Historically, no. Historically, no. But there was a case less than 6 months ago where, actually, I'm not sure if he used a firearm, but he certainly murdered the fuck out of someone. Well, he killed a guy who was trying to break into his house.
Yeah.
He
Everyone-
murdered. He murdered the fuck
Yeah.
out of someone. You make it sound like he was playing Quake and he had quad damage and he hit him with the axe. And even though the axe is the lowest damaging thing, he blew up into chunks of ground beef. Like, he murdered the fuck out of him.
So hold on,
Like,
so-
there wasn't enough for an
No,
open
no.
coffin funeral.
So a
What the
motherfucker-
fuck?
A motherfucker broke into
Probably an
someone's...
exaggeration.
Some motherfucker broke into someone's private property, and they got because of it.
I'm sorry.
And you're telling me that was a questionable thing to do?
He murdered the fuck out of him. Okay.
That happens every day here.
I'm
To the courts, to the British public, they would say self-defense.
I'm so, but
Hold on. So what was
I'm just glad it happens where he lives.
what was the court's
I'm
decision?
sorry, but I'm true.
They did rule in self-defense, which basically no one was expecting.
So what was the expected outcome?
He would probably he'd be charged with something, but he would get the absolute sort of minimum sentence. He'd probably be sent into a cell, but he'd be in there for months. It
For
wouldn't be,
someone breaking into your home and you defend yourself and kill them,
Right.
gets you charged over there?
It's weird though, because all right. So here's one of the deals. I think one of the things that Danger's bringing up, it's happened more than once.
Hey, Danger, where the fuck are you coming from? StylishHoboCat is broadcasting on a Dixie cup next to a hamster running on a wheel in Nottingham next to a generator so he could broadcast to us. Where the fuck are you from, Danger?
Danger said because you killed him. Okay, so, as an American, what is grounds for murdering an intruder
Castle law.
where you're from? StylishHoboCat.
I
What would justify...
I don't
me
think they have
murdering
that in
someone?
England. I don't think they have the castle law in England.
The line that's important is someone breaks into your house, you get in a fight. Let's say they have a knife, you grab a knife. Okay, no one's really gonna knock you for that. In the chaos, you end up sort of stabbing him once. He dies of his injuries. You probably won't. No, you won't go to prison for that. You'll get dragged through the courts. You have to do all this fucking song and dance about it,
Sure.
but you're not going to get jailed for that. The question is whether they still pose a danger, still pose a threat to you. The case that Danger brought up, because there's more than one, there was a guy who was being terrorized by people for weeks on end. These people had finally broken into his house. He had got out his rifle. They've seen the rifle, ran off, and then he shot one as he's running away. He ended up getting time because they started running away.
He shot them in the back.
Right.
Yeah, because about that point, if they're running away, as far as the court is concerned, they don't present a danger. Here's where it gets weird, though.
The only people in the U.S. that can shoot somebody in the back are cops.
Wait. right. But wait, where does it get weird?
It gets weird because I think the difference is a firearm. Because in another case, bunch of guys broke into this sort of like multi-generational house. It was an Indian family. They've tied up like the women, and they're sort of threatening them, trying to get information like where's their valuables in the houses. At some point, the men managed to get out. They all grab fucking cricket bats and they start chasing these guys out of their house. They chase them down the road. They catch up with one of them and they beat the fuck out of him. You know, he lived, but you think he was in like a coma. You know, it really fucking worked him over.
Wow! You kidnapped my family.
They didn't get prosecuted.
No, that makes sense.
But legally speaking,
a cricket bat seems kind of like, you know, a low-key pass is all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of a baseball bat.
Right. Okay.
It's a solid heft of
wood. But they did not get prosecuted. You're saying?
No.
Well, no one. Although the guy that got shot with the rifle died, though, right?
Yes, I believe he did.
Well, therein lies the divide of difference in these two things. All right. So,
the line on the law is they no longer pose a threat to you. So when those guys started running off and the guys started whacking them with baseball bats, according to the law, they should still obviously not get charged with murder, but they still should be charged with some kind of assault. To anyone like me and the vast majority of the public, everybody sympathizes with people defending their home. Like on the street, nobody has a problem with people even using lethal force to defend themselves.
So it sounds like just the main line there is, y'all don't believe in justice.
Public do. It's the courts that don't.
No, the courts, not the people.
Right.
The courts don't believe that if you tied my family up and harassed me, I get to beat the fuck out of you and possibly kill you because you would have done the same 10 minutes ago before I had the bat.
Yeah.
So you were gonna do it, and now that I have the bat, I shouldn't do it. Fuck that.
Who do you think you are? Listen.
See, this is why I'm happy, at least here, we have a shoot first, ask questions later policy.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, the second you cross a line of property, I can murder you.
Listen, StylishHoboCat.
In fact, there are people who have signs on their lawn where it's like, announce yourself before coming across this property, or you will be shot at.
Yes.
Like, you can't come onto my property without letting me know who you are.
Without risking getting shot
Without risking me at a window with a rifle being like, and I'm shooting first, and being like, why are you on my land?
And that's not even counting when you get to the door. He's got a revolver in his, like, behind his back. Revolver. He's like, yes. You're here with the Census Bureau? Hold on. And then he brings it back, and he's like, it's the revolver bureau.
No,
and then, like, blam, 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 blam. And he strings his corpse up from the fucking tree in front of his compound in Minecraft.
You are giving...
In Minecraft.
You are being way too kind. Given the opportunity to move to one of these states where the open carry is easier, there will be a sign at the gate. Announce yourself or you'll be shot on the premise. If you happen to get onto my land and to my door, and you have not been shot with a long-range rifle yet, you will be greeted with the barrel of a shotgun at the front door going, who are you?
I hate to say this, StylishHoboCat, but no country for old men is part of the reality in what we live in today, every day, living in America. I hate to say this.
Yes.
But it's true.
Why are you on my land? I don't know you. And you better not be trying to sell me something.
So let the record state that if you are like Hindu or Punjabi and like people are held hostage and you beat them into a coma with a cricket bat, you're okay. But if you shoot someone, it's now a gray area.
This man tied up my family and threatened to steal my valuables. And then I picked up a bat and he ran. So I was like, all right, bro, I'll see you next week. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's horseshit, isn't it?
Fuck that.
I think
break that man's knees and be like, yo, I dare you to come back.
The key difference between the courts in the US and the UK is UK ones aren't happy until you've already been a victim. You know, US is happy to prevent you being victimized.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what's not in there.
That's fair.
Really?
Culturally, most people are, defend yourself. There's no problem there. It's just, like I say, the courts aren't on your side.
Mm.
The law is the problem, not the people. You know what sounds like they need? A revolution.
Oh no, that'll never happen in England. I hate to say that.
Oh, I'm sure the UK will never have anyone rebel against them.
ever in the history of ever.
Why would that happen?
In Minecraft.
Why would anybody rebel against the UK? and use guns to fight against them?
The last Brit is gonna become like a fucking like a Survivor style like
you guys need more
sitcom.
violence.
We're just gonna be a barbarian warlords. We've got to. Eventually, they're gonna run out of bullets because it's not the same kind of stockpile.
Eventually, MI6 is gonna be caught on BBC World News footage shaking hands with the CCP. And then eventually, some guy in the bits is going to be like, Oi, I've had enough of this bullshit! And then, like, it's Mad Max in the UK. And finally, Ireland can be free. Because England is too worried and preoccupied about keeping England in check. And then finally...
England's very lucky that there's no longer, like, car bombings.
And then because, like, England becomes too much of a disaster to cover... Ireland will finally be free, and they've been lying in wait in these ditches and foxholes and like quiet, empty, fucked up apartments with nothing but mattresses on the floor. And as soon as the red flag goes up, it's go time. All right, I could only hope for such a thing in Minecraft.
I knew it wasn't the same.
Your potatoes hiding in ditches.
Right? I knew it wasn't the same. But
Potatoes hiding in ditches.
The fact that you can be charged for assaulting your assaulter, like that's the equivalent of like I do with a gun to your head, and then you pull a gun and put it in his gut, and then he drops the gun, and it's like, help! He's harassing me.
And he could win in a court of law, depending on how good his lawyer is in America. Do you see the fucked up divide there is?
That's what I'm saying. Like over there, like you draw first, but the guy draws second, and you go, "I surrender." Now you're the criminal. Like what?
You see?
What? You drew first. Fuck you, Bo. Like that's it. You're done.
Why did you put my health and my safety?
This man's trying to shoot me. You started this now, but you're finishing it.
At risk with a firearm, and then you responded with a firearm.
Can you imagine that? If like some hood rat could walk into a deli, pull a gun, like give me your money, and the guy at the counter pulls out a shotgun, and the guy like robbing him drops it and is like, "I'm calling the cops."
Help!
What?
He scared me, officer.
He pulled a gun on me. You pulled a gun first. Yeah, but you retaliated.
Tampage, thank you for coming on through. Listen, StylishHoboCat. All right. Listen, ladies and jerks, you now have to answer to this man. All right. StylishHoboCat, I have a question for you. Have you ever been to Ireland?
Only the once, I'm ashamed to say. But
Once?
it was the sort of home. Sorry, man. I need an excuse to go there.
Assault spoons. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. You've Queens has been summoned into the chat. When was the last time you've been to Ireland? Tell us about it.
Shit, it was a good couple of years ago now. So a friend of mine, also Irish heritage, we went round for his birthday. Yeah.
Oh, that's excellent. So, did at any point did you feel that there was any sort of cultural connection, or did you feel at a disconnect because you're a filthy Irishman living in the ruins of the British Empire, visiting a country that held on to its cultural heritage? What was the dynamic, is what I'm trying to ask, for lack of a better term. How did it feel?
What you got to keep in mind is Dublin's the capital. So it's where all the money is. It's where all the tourism is.
And all the multiculturalism is too, I'm imagining.
Yes, all that little shit. So when we went around a place called Temple Bar, which is just a fucking tourist trap. If you want to go to Dublin and you want to get drunk, you go to Temple Bar. It's fucking prohibitively expensive. Yeah, we just had a night or two around there. Friend got a tattoo on his knee.
Oh, I have to ask, what's expensive? Like, what's the price of a drink?
So at the time, it was UK or Ireland. Let's say £3 a pint, which wasn't too bad. You could go there, order 2 pints, and it'd be like £14-15.
That is some bullshit. All right, fine.
It's fucking awful.
All right,
This page is dedicated to people taking photos of the receipts.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
And the prices go up across the night. Like, everywhere opens at 5. There's a price then till say about 7. Prices go up again at about 10.
Oh, so they're
Usually
milking that
close
shit.
them up.
Yeah.
Oh, big time.
They're monsters.
No, they're smart.
Fair enough. They're NCAT monsters.
They're capitalists.
Okay, that's one way to put them.
We're gonna make our money, and you know what? You're stupid to pay this, but you will.
Don't side with them, you... Alright.
I'm sorry, I'm an American.
So you went to Dublin.
You
went to the hottest spot
Making
in
money
Dublin.
is what we're all about.
Okay, wait.
At the cost of everyone's happiness and health. Money!
StylishHoboCat, have you ever had a chance to roam the Irish countryside?
What are you drinking?
I am drinking
I don't
a
trust you.
sour monkey.
Sadly not, but I know a friend of mine has some family in Kerry, which is much more rural. It's on the other side of Ireland. And it's kind of what you would expect in terms of like Irish bumpkins. There's about 3 houses in a 60-mile radius.
No. Oh,
And
wow, that's on one hand that's beautiful, but on the other hand, what if there's like a medical emergency, and someone has like, let's say, a heart attack or a stroke? How would someone possibly know unless like, oh yeah, I saw fucking Patrick 2 days ago, and he had a stroke a day before I saw him, and no one saw him because like the closest house is like 38 miles away. You know.
I guess your face would be sagging on one side. it's kind of inescapable.
The
I
end.
would be surprised if you broke a leg, they just take you home, they get out the saw, and you just get amputated. Serious 17th century style.
But did you because I hate to romanticize the struggle of the Irish people and the fact that there is because even if you go to a fucking supermarket, you could see certain things like Irish butter and Irish cheddar, and like on one hand it's a little bit weird and bizarre to me, and on the other hand it's like, oh, good for Ireland. All right, go and compete against the fucking Italian shit faces in the fucking supermarkets like Key Food and Trade Fair and Fair Fine here in New York City. What do you think they are? Like, it is, I mean, like, I'm not trying to be like blindly pro-Irish, but like, on Minecraft, Bobby Sands did nothing wrong. All right.
Damn right, brave patriot.
So,
I think the Irish name is just a brand. You know what I mean? It's recognizable to Americans, I guess Aussies as well. There's plenty of Irish descent in Australia, but you're not going to get people in, Czechoslovakia or like Latvia, going like, oh, Irish cream, oh, Irish butter, and no one gives a shit there.
Right. Well, it's kind of sort of like a locked-in American monopoly, knowing that you can prey upon the Irish tradition and roots of people who have nothing less going for them to be like, yeah, woo, St. Patrick's Day. I wish you could come here to either New York City or Boston and witness St. Patrick's Day devolve into fucking screaming, to fist fighting, and then cars getting turned over, and then like and every other hour.
I can see that in my own city. I don't need to travel for that.
No. Here's the thing: it doesn't even devolve into that. It just devolves into people being drunk and like pissing and puking everywhere, while the actual people of Irish heritage are like, you all are a fucking disgrace.
Right.
But like all the non-Irish are just like peeing themselves and vomiting
and screaming,
and it's like
screaming at the top of their lungs.
The Irish Pride Parade happens in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was done to like try and push people to not drink at it because it happens at like 10 a.m. And there are motherfuckers who are like shit faced midday. Like it's 1 p.m. and they're throwing up on themselves because they're like, "Woo, Irish!" It's like you're not even a little bit Irish, but
no,
it's 12 and we're celebrating this.
To quote The Simpsons, welcome to St. Patrick's Day, where everyone is a little bit Irish except the Italians and the gays.
That's right.
So hey, you still gotta acknowledge those Catholic roots. Let's be real here.
Well, herein lies the tricky part of Irish identity, which is something I wanted to ask you about. All right, so from your perspective, Ireland has been at war with Britain for the past 800 years. But there are people in Ireland who, for lack of a better term, they are called loyalists. And I believe these assholes belong to Ulster. You let me know what is on the other side of the IRA struggle and people who want to fucking lick the boots of England and be like, yes, we are British subjects, even though we're Irish, but you're British, but we're going to do the song and dance. Can you describe that for me, Stylish HoboCat? Uh-oh.
So I'm just kind of, I'm here. I'm just trying to put it into words.
Okay.
It's weird. You see that kind of cultural conflict. You kind of see it in terms of like all the British colonies when they're trying to sort of turn people to their cause and to bring them in to the empire. You're a citizen, all this sort of kind of stuff. I think that the place it was most historically effective was Northern Ireland. In terms of like a loyalist, it's anyone that sort of supports the UK's presence in Ireland on a basic level. Most of them are all going to be in Northern Ireland. Ulster is the centre of it.
Right.
The conflict is alive in Ireland, but it's so small scale now. Like Monoxus, you mentioned, car bombings in the UK. It was very rare that actually happened. Car bombings in Ireland, that was a fucking daily occurrence.
No, yeah, that was more in Ireland.
I worked with a Northern Irish guy, and he's he's about 50 something, nearly 60. He said he used to call in fake bomb threats to the local cop shop, so school got cancelled.
Oh no, yeah,
that's amazing.
That's the same thing as calling in like a shooting threat over here.
Yes, dude. Yep. The Irish were ahead of us. We had to catch up to the Northern Irish.
But they had bombings, we have shootings. It's about accessibility. They had explosive access. Over here, it's like, I'm going to shoot the school up. All right, we got to close for the day.
I don't want to go to work today.
I'll shoot up the place. Close it down.
I'm fucking hungover. I don't want to go to work today. They're going to bomb Abbey School Parish.
The thing is, though, like the conflict became so like normalized and almost like formalized that it got called out, because when he was bringing these in, they'd look and say, well, no, this isn't the number that we get. But this isn't the number that the threats officially come in on, and you're not calling the proper number.
Right.
If the IRA was going to bomb somewhere, they would call up a special number from a phone and say, this place is getting bombed at this time.
Oh, kind of like the Hells Angels, and where like even though there was a leader of the Hells Angels, he would either get a call or make a call to say instructions that would happen in real life.
I also imagine the IRA, like, when you got a call for a bombing from them, it was not taken lightly. They were very serious about it. There was a different tone to the call where it was like, this is happening.
Right.
And if you're getting a call about it, it's like, no, we're doing this for a reason, and anyone that doesn't need to be there shouldn't be there.
Oh, listen.
It's kind of how, like, when you see terrorist threats, at least over here, or, like, shootings over here, it's almost always, like, there's motive, but it's almost spontaneous and random.
Right.
Someone with intent who doesn't want to hurt innocents will deliberately go out of their way to not do so.
Well, in Minecraft, if you read the Green Book, which is what the IRA has written, volumes 1 and 2, they tell you that you shouldn't be joining this movement for the sake of adventure. You shouldn't be joining this movement for any sense of romanticism. No, it is because the culture and the resources of the Irish people have been compromised by the British for so long, so that in Minecraft, if you were to read the IRA, it makes a very compelling argument in terms of their Green Book, Volume 1 and 2, as to why you shouldn't, like, how can justice exist on stolen land in Minecraft? So the IRA make a really good point about themselves, to be fair, that people, to be applied on a micro and macro level on Minecraft.
Those same principles can be applied to a lot of our shootings here. They're the occasional shootings where it is very, like, bigoted,
Mhm.
and like for those, it's nothing short of like racist person, anti-Semitic person, whatever. There's plenty of mass shootings where the person's like, I have intent and a reason behind what I'm doing, and it's based solely around issues that like no one's addressing.
Okay.
Like, I mean,
As misguided as they can be, that
granted,
does sometimes happen.
the reaction of like I'm just gonna kill a bunch of people who are not responding to the issue doesn't solve the problem. It never has. It probably never will.
Right.
At least the justification for it makes sense. Like this group has an issue and they're not resolving it. And my best case, like my best foot forward, is to be like, you don't want to fix it? All right, you're part of the problem. I'm going to take you out. Again, not the best course of action for actual resolutions, but you can get behind it in a sense of like their logic makes sense.
So by this group, do you mean StylishHoboCat killing Ulster loyalists on Chicago soil
like
in Minecraft?
it depends on it's very specific. So like take for instance, what's his name, the New Zealand shooter.
Tarrant.
Yeah, Tarrant. So like people have been assaulted, raped, and killed by religious radicals of a certain group.
Mm-hmm.
Your mosque has not condemned them. It has not ostracized or kicked out anyone who is associated with them. In fact, you have continued to live as though your peaceful behavior translates to their violent behavior in no way.
Uguzi subscribes to PewDiePie. Thank you.
So, he lashed out.
Right.
Had that group in specific been like, fuck those people, fuck their behavior, we don't condone this, and all of their friends, family, and whatnot are now, like, banned, you'd have no justification for doing that.
Right.
And you can apply that to any group. Like,
this is what lost the IRA quite a lot of support in, what was it, I think the 80s.
The Troubles, or was that before?
I think it's in the later 80s. Basically, one of the Republican groups bombed a shopping centre in the UK. And it was one of the first times that it was a sort of a completely non-military target in terms of the actual building, and innocent bystanders were hurt. And it just cost them shitloads of support in Ireland, as well as sort of people who did sympathise with them internationally.
yeah.
Wait,
No,
when
they just targeted
when in the 80s?
an innocent location.
Can you give like a date, if you can, a ballpark estimate?
Somewhere in the 80s. Sorry, I don't have anything more than that.
No, it makes sense because like a group that is adamantly about resisting something, and then one of your offshoot members goes and attacks innocents.
Wait, now was this?
Oh no, shit! Sorry, it's 96 actually in Manchester.
1996 in Manchester. Okay, so was this like a offshoot of the IRA? Who claimed responsibility for this if that happened in Minecraft?
This is a provisional IRA,
Oh.
which were by that point they were essentially the IRA.
Wait,
The original IRA was existed in early
Okay,
1900s.
now,
sort of
Stylish
around, like,
HoboCat.
World War I.
StylishHoboCat, if you could help me out here. So this is my mild understanding of Irish independence history and understanding of what had happened with Mr. Michael Collins. So if I'm wrong, please correct me and join me in beating of this dead horse. So if I understand correctly, so the Irish War of Independence happens, and a lot of people start getting fucking killed on the British side. So eventually the British are like, they're crying and they're shitting their pants. And they're like, please, Ireland, stop. So Michael Collins, he starts talking to them, among other people. But like Michael Collins, we'll get to that, all right? You know what's really funny about the first, like, Fane, or whatever you want to call it, and all the people, and Michael Collins is like... Michael Collins with the fucking bad gas face because he's murdering British people in their sleep at like 3:30 in the morning. And he's putting their kids in fucking refrigerators. And he's putting chains around the refrigerator. And he's putting a padlock. And he's like, you fucking listen here. But that was Michael Collins. So eventually, the British are talking to Michael Collins. And instead of coming back with a united Ireland, He's like, how many counties is it? 6 or 8 that the British control in Ireland? StylishHoboCat. 6 or 8? I think it's 8, right? They control 8 out of the 30. Because Ireland controlled 28 out of the 30. What, like 4? What is it? The point is, Michael
It's something
Collins.
close to that.
All right, Michael Collins comes back with an incomplete peace plan, where the British they control 6 to 8 like pieces of Ireland, and Ireland retains 28 to something pieces of Ireland, and because
Yeah, the Irish Free State.
right, so because Michael Collins came back with an incomplete Ireland, the Irish fucking gotted Michael Collins in the fucking Irish Civil War like 2 months into the fighting. That's my understanding of what happened. Am I wrong? Like, tell me.
I'm no historian on the matter, but I've never heard anything contrary to that. No, that's people
up,
were
Parzival?
very.
Sorry. Parzival says hi.
Parzival, thank you. Gracias. Oh my god, Parzival's at a Mexican wedding. I hope there is nothing but the... What the fuck are you doing listening to a fucking, like a potato N-word broadcasting from England?
Because Parzival's the homie. What's up?
Listen, Parzival is witnessing a luchador wedding, and he's all like, all Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. So then we ended up having to fight the fucking Ulsters on their own home turf.
Pick up your phone.
Yeah.
And retweet your tweet.
What tweet?
Tweet about the stream.
Okay, fine.
Because I'm demanding of you. Anyway, thank you, Parzival, for chiming in. Go back to your wedding. But hello, how are you? Enjoy your night. I'm gonna not make any comments.
Oh, wait. StylishHoboCat, before I retweet what Monoxus had requested, I have a question for you, okay?
Go.
Say no, say no,
All right.
say no.
You shut your mouth.
Be like,
All
fuck
right.
you, I'm done with you.
All right.
This interview
No,
is over.
he's got shirts I want. He's got me by the balls.
All right. StylishHoboCat.
This
All right.
interview's over, fuck you.
This is a 2-part question. All right. So grab your ankles. It's SummerSlam. Number 1. Where are the hottest women in England from? Number 2. Where are the ugliest women from, and is it Crowley?
It's those two. Okay. I had to think about this one.
Take your time. Take your time.
No, I've been thinking about it for like the better part of a week. In terms of
You
For
actually...
a week!
So he brought
You
this up
see,
earlier.
I told you, my mans did research. You see?
Okay. No, that's fine.
All right.
It's been like a fucking quandary in my mind because
Who did I mess for the Minecraft server? You see what you did?
All right.
You see what you did?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What was it? Monoxus #6330. Right? I think that's what it was.
I believe so. 6336 or
6330.
okay. 6330.
That's my personal Discord.
So
Minecraft server.
So StylishHoboCat,
not
where are the hottest women in England from?
Are we gonna play Minecraft now?
Second part, where are the ugliest women from England from?
I'll play
and is it Crowley? All right, is it Crowley? Is it Crowley?
I'll play what is it called? IRL craft.
IRL craft?
IRL craft.
Life, the FPS MMORPG.
No, there's actually there's a mod for like Minecraft where like it just makes everything harder.
We're mogging our guest.
This is my show.
I know.
We'll talk about whatever the fuck I want to.
We're gonna talk about Minecraft because that's where I'm at.
I'm not the one with a server that has to be set up on no notice.
So
all right?
RL Craft is a Minecraft server where there's actually real mobs and an actual stat system. And like when you go to like punch a tree, it doesn't work because you can't punch a tree. You have to go and get like flint and make like a flint axe. And when you chop a tree down, it falls in real time. And you gotta chop the tree into pieces, and you get pieces of wood. Like no, like RL Craft is a thing.
Of course,
It's Minecraft with physics, and then like monsters.
Look at what you started, StylishHoboCat.
We'll play that. We're not playing actual Minecraft. We'll play like.
Hey, don't blame me.
You started this, actually.
I'll blame you as long as I can until
You're the one
Stylish HoboCat's barristers with their powdered wigs show up
You're the
in
one
a
who
court
keeps-
of law.
You're the one who keeps fucking talking about Minecraft, so.
Oh, by the way, little bit of cultural exchange that I find funny in the Stylish HoboCat 718 TV Monoxus Stained Haynes nonsense bullshit. In your neck of the woods, they're called barristers, and in our neck of the woods, they're called lawyers. What's up with that?
No, I suppose the barristers are people actually working for the court. The person that you would hire to defend you, that's a solicitor.
Oh, a solicitor, you say?
Not a defense
Yeah.
team? Not like a legally hired defense attorney?
Yeah, he does all the same shit as a lawyer would. If you're trying to divorce someone, you're getting prosecuted.
Oh,
But
wait.
government installed is.
No,
There's
no,
a
they
barrister.
were
There's a
private.
barrister. The
The
government.
barristers will be who work for the courts. Yeah, they work for the
Right.
state. But a
So-
solicitor, it's a private company.
So the government version of that is a barrister with a powdered wig, and the small business champion of America in England version is a solicitor, right?
Yeah, it's the free market guys. They're the ones doing all the defending. Yeah.
Okay. So in America, to become a lawyer, okay, let's say here in like New York City, it's like Monoxus Esquire who represents me in internet court. All right. So he goes to law school and passes the bar exam in New York State, but he is only allowed to practice law in New York State. He cannot be a lawyer in New Jersey. I know, because you're fucking with the background. He cannot practice. I mean, the point is, Monoxus graduates law school and passes the bar exam in New York State. Now, in England, what is the equivalent of the bar exam? The bar exam is basically, if you pass this legally, you're a lawyer. What is the British equivalent of that?
I'm not totally sure, but you'd have to study at university as you would expect. You'd have to be taken on by a company. I do know there is a solicitor's regulatory authority in the UK.
Really? Oh.
So
okay.
I think in terms of like performing. So I don't think you have to pass an exam.
I'm not gonna
Like,
lie, Monoxus, like this guy's talking about fucking England being through this blurry fucking lens out the gate, and I don't think he's wrong. Because right out the gate, the solicitor's blurry filter union, oh my god.
Hold on, to be fair.
I had
To be
no
fair-
idea that England was such a blurry lens of existence, my god.
To be fair, we also only know about the bar exam because media plays up to it in shows.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've never taken the bar. I know one person who did.
There is some kind of like standard you have to meet, but
Yeah.
it's not the same kind of like entrance exam. You would have all the qualifications beforehand, and then you sort of.
Here's the thing with the bar, though.
Okay.
The bar exam is so difficult
Mhm.
that people, like, lose entire years of their life in preparation for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the bar exam in the US is incredibly difficult, and it has a very, like, small curve.
That's why in America you do it for the big bucks.
Unless you know somebody, in which case you pay money and then you're a lawyer.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very easily manipulated.
Well, but
And if you
but
didn't go that
Stylish-
route, you
Stylish
kind of
HoboCat,
work around it.
I'm not trying to fucking propagate what Monoxus is saying, but like, come on.
No, money talks here.
Welcome to America. And I know in England, money talks in a fucked up historical sense of the term and in a modern day sense of the term.
I thought they bartered into jewels.
But in a maybe.
Money still talks here. You got to think London is the money laundering capital of the world. So
That's right. It's not Switzerland. It's listen because London has its own special set
that
of like
true?
yes. Stylish HoboCat, back me up on this. London is its own like estate. It has its own like tax
hold on,
laws,
but now, like-
regulatory nonsense, thingamabobs on legal documents.
Wait, is
It
that
is a
why they
whole-
have such a fucking vast amount of Middle Eastern people coming in?
Can you answer Stylish HoboCat?
Because they can launder all their fucking Middle Eastern oil money?
Let him. Am I living in Britain?
Come on, you can make an assumption. Come on.
Depends what you mean. So in terms of like Middle Easterners, in terms of like immigrant population, that the
No,
general populace.
wealthy populations.
Wait. What do you mean?
No,
Like
the
Saudi,
working class.
Saudi,
Working class.
Saudi, Yemeni? Oh, wait, working class. Okay.
The working class would be dealing with people from Pakistan.
There are no Saudi working class, by the way. Let that
I'm
be
just
known.
saying.
Oh no, like I said, 100%. All the people putting their money in from Middle East, yeah, it's Saudi, maybe
So I'm saying,
UAE.
So you're the money laundering capital of the world? Is that true?
I'm led to believe, yes.
Who, if not the Saudis,
Uh-huh.
because I know in the U.S. we usually use like Swiss.
Mm-hmm.
So who the fuck is who is laundering so much money
London.
through London?
London is.
I don't think their government is that.
Their banks date back to the fucking 13th century.
Right, but it's
What
not.
the fuck are you?
It's not their government doing it. It's them doing it for other people.
But the same way the Vatican has special access in Italy as an extra jurisdictional thing, London exists as an extra jurisdictional thing within England.
Right, and what I'm trying to figure out, because I don't imagine the government there is doing it because they could get caught doing it, who the fuck is making it so lucrative to put that money through?
I don't live in England. Why don't we ask the guy living in fucking
England? And you're getting involved in my question. So, who the fuck is it that's putting all that money through your system? And I imagine it's Saudi Arabia.
In Minecraft.
So who do you think, if you have no actual, I mean, I don't imagine who's laundering money there, but who do you think is the key player that made it the fucking money laundering capital?
I don't think it's quite as true anymore, but there was a time where actually the Mexican cartels were laundering a lot of money.
So I'm off base.
Yes.
They've got money to burn.
Yes!
Oh, they've got plenty of money. The cartels is where all of Mexico's money goes.
Yeah, international cartels, oil money.
Those countries live in poverty while they launder money through other countries.
As cartels deliver care packages to abuelas all around, fucking Mexico, from the northern tip of Mexico to the southern tip of Peru.
No, those cartels play the card of we have no money, we can't build infrastructure. Meanwhile, they're don't tell them about all that money we have stockpiled. Please help.
Please help. Okay, so for lack of a better term, StylishHoboCat, we can agree that you, as a man from Nottingham, went to London and you were like, "This is disgusting." Is that how you felt?
Oh, did we decide where the ugliest bitches come from?
Let him talk.
I just want to know.
All right, London. If I could protect the historical monuments, I'd be happy to just incendiary bomb the entire place and just start anew.
Deal.
It is fucking awful. It really is.
I would agree with that for New York, except also me not getting bombed.
I don't. But our bullshit is too involved and insular.
Did you see the gorilla that's fighting the bull now?
I have not.
Oh yeah, you guys got your own Harambe now, haven't you?
You know the bull statue at Wall Street?
Yeah.
There's a gorilla statue opposing it.
I didn't know. Are you kidding?
Is a gorilla going to fight the little girl?
There's a giant gorilla.
Yeah. Wait, the little girl that represents nothing. Is she going to stand?
So now there's the bull and there's the gorilla. It's so good.
Oh my lord!
None of this shit makes sense, but for some reason we're doing it. I love it. Sorry, I'm way off topic.
Okay. So
there is a gorilla statue though.
Okay, so question. All right, now the north of England is in a weird sort of way inexplicably tied to the British version of Trump country by people who are very weak and have to play 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, but there's only 1 degree, and Kevin Bacon is whatever they want. The point is, StylishHoboCat, all right? So, what does Nottingham separate itself from the rest of England? Does it belong to the north? Is it part of the bits? What is Nottingham in contrast to London? Tell us.
It's like you say, it's a bit. It's the Midlands. If I go to the north, they think I'm from all the way down south, and the same. If you go south, they think you're from the north, and they can't understand what you're saying.
That
it's in a
sounds
league of its own.
miserable.
No, it makes you feel special, man. You know that this is.
Everybody can understand me. It's great.
Right.
Except
you've achieved the best of both worlds.
only Midlands trash knows what Midlands trash is saying.
Yeah,
That's the best part. It's funny because it's true.
That's pretty good. That's rich.
The thing is, as well, you right slap in the center of England, so you can get anywhere. That's how you run into the fact of no one understanding what you say.
All right, I got a question for you. What do you
Sure.
think is the best place in the general area?
Oh no, he didn't answer my bullshit before. I'm sorry.
Fuck your bullshit.
Oh,
Best place to live around you.
all right.
The best area in Nottingham.
Not just Nottingham, in the UK in general. What would you say is like, if you were to ideally live somewhere where you're like, nah, that's the place to fucking live. Like, this is where it's like the proper quality of life, that kind of nonsense.
I wouldn't know enough about the areas. I've no plans to leave Nottingham. I was born here. I'll die here. You know.
Yes,
dedicated to
he
the
goes
place.
down with the ship.
So Nottingham.
You see
then.
that?
Damn right.
So similar to how it's like, where the fuck would we get? Where would we bounce out to?
I mean, it depends what you want.
All right, so like how you asked us, like, where the fuck would we bounce out to if not New York, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Same question, but on you. Where the fuck would you bounce out to?
All right, StylishHoboCat, you gotta fucking chime on in. You have to now.
Probably some like the Peak District, which is basically just much more rural. It's loads of hills, valleys, all that kind of stuff. It's one of the most scenic areas of the UK. It's very large.
Where is it? Like north, northeast, northwest?
It's center. It's just north
the
west.
bits.
of
So
where
it's
Nottingham
part of the
is.
bits.
Yeah. At least one at the sort of southern end of it would be.
All right.
But again, it depends what you want. Because if you move there, you've got to be prepared for the
Well,
quiet
I'm
life.
asking what you want.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because like I said, I would move
Yeah,
to a
it's-
fucking middle of nowhere desert because I like warm weather, miles of land between me and my foes, and hot weather.
Miles of
Alright.
land, I can
So,
appreciate.
all right. And for my end of this bullshit, Louisiana or Maine? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you want to die in a hurricane?
No, the bayou will protect me.
No, it won't. The bayou will flood,
Yes, it will.
and you'll be killed by snakes and alligators.
I'll be
If
built
you don't drown.
20 feet ahead. Trust me.
Yeah,
Trust
you know what? You've just solved all of Louisiana's problems they've had for the past 50
Build
years.
20 feet above your bullshit.
I'll just make a platform 20 feet high as the
That's all I'm saying.
foundation.
That's all I'm saying.
If only it was that easy, then Louisiana wouldn't flood every year.
They're set in their ways.
Haynes have this fantasy about like turning Louisiana into like Waterworld, and he can have his own floating kingdom.
No, Louisiana just sinks every year, and they don't do anything about it because they fucking can't.
I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations.
Louisiana is shaped like a bowl, and when it rains, it floods.
So, well, that is. Listen, I am only quoting Kanye West when I say that President Bush does not care about black people. All right,
I don't know. Sure, why not?
because I can and I will. All right.
In fact, I would love if California was the first to sink, but it's going to be Louisiana or Florida.
Give California to Poseidon.
Not gonna
all right,
happen.
ladies and jerks. No, like hashtag give California to Poseidon.
Louisiana is already halfway underwater because they're swampland. It's just a matter of time before it's entirely swamp.
Give.
And there are like relics of what once was society built inside of the mud and water.
Give your power to my egregore of giving Cali to Poseidon, ladies and jerks.
I wish we could. I
Please.
genuinely wish we could just get rid of Cali.
Okay.
The
Stylish.
amount of inbreeding in Louisiana is going to skyrocket when it sinks.
Damn it! Why do you have to be
Assuming
correct?
it already isn't high.
Okay, fine. Stylish.
They're not Alabama, but they're definitely not bottom of the list in inbreeding.
They're definitely not
Close
Missouri.
enough.
They're definitely not Missouri. Is all I'm saying.
Their inbreeding number is not 0.
Okay. StylishHoboCat. You're at a pub. What is your go-to order? Because you are hungry and because you are like you are in the process of getting hammered, but you are also hungry. What is your pub order? Because there is such a thing as pub food. Now, mind you, I am leaving it up to you to describe pub culture to America because we don't have that in America.
Yeah, we do.
No, we kind of don't.
You do.
We have bar culture. It's not pub culture.
No, there's pub
You try, but it's never going to be quite the same.
No, you're going to the wrong spots.
It's the history as well.
Look at him talking shit.
You know what? But go ahead.
It's right over there. I'm bothering you.
This?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, sir. Pub culture.
If you're gonna go to a pub, as far as I'm concerned, you go there to fucking drink. There's plenty of places now where you can get food. Everyone's trying to do this fucking metropolitan bullshit of, you can still get food up to about 10. Besides that, as far as I'm concerned, most of working class culture, if you're eating in a pub, you've gone for a Sunday roast. So you've got it's standard fucking meat, potatoes. You've got decent gravy. You've got Yorkshire puddings. Might not mean anything to you, maybe.
What I don't know. Well, I've never had Yorkshire pudding, so I can't judge. I'm sorry. What is Yorkshire pudding?
It's like a flat, almost deflated dumpling, but it's a bit harder. This is something I never thought I'd have to ever quantify. I could just say this shit to people and they know.
No, right, no, but
You call it a pudding, but it doesn't sound anything like a pudding.
Right, because
it is technically a pudding.
Right, because in our fucked up American mind, when we think of pudding, we think of like chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding. Like pudding is essentially a dessert item, even though like by technicality of like, Xerox being photocopy and Band-Aid being adhesive bandage, pudding ends up becoming this like default dessert item.
Well, when we think of pudding, we associate pudding here with custard.
Right.
So to us, pudding is custard.
Right, for lack of a better term. Right, yes. So rather...
At the same time, like America knows how to make everything sweet, though.
Oh, yeah. But, again, why... so we think of pudding and we go, it's a custard, but we call it pudding. So what is pudding there?
Right.
It's, to be fair, Yorkshire pudding, as use of pudding, is the one exception.
Okay.
But outside of this, everybody understands what you mean. Yeah,
Wait,
it's got to be something
wait,
sweet,
wait,
something
wait.
confectionery.
So hang on. Just so I could have a subject of Her Majesty's British country, all right? What the fuck is a full English breakfast? Describe it to the ladies and jerks in chat.
Oh.
I want to know what that is,
It's
all right?
half amazing, half gross.
What is a full English breakfast, all right?
So you're guaranteed to get sausages, bacon, be grilled tomato. There will be toast, beans. But then you might get hash browns. You could get mushrooms. One or two other bits are escaping me. But there's the main kind of ingredients. It's any kind of combination of them. Right. It's your choice.
It's the beans and toast thing that bothers me.
At least you have some meat to kind of compensate for it.
Because beans and toast is not a complete protein combo. So it bothers me on a... Like, it's just a personal level.
On his insane personal trainer level, it bothers him.
Rice is the proper carb bean. So, like, toast bothers me.
But the British were too busy giving opium to Uncle Chang to realize rice instead of eating toast at home, all right?
I mean, toast is good. Toast goes with eggs.
Right? He's not wrong.
Bread goes with eggs. Over easy, so the yolk still breaks.
Okay.
That's another thing you get with full English eggs. Yeah. So you could fuck off the things that you don't want.
Yeah.
You could still get one that you liked.
You see? Okay. So the English full breakfast is not without faults.
Sub out the beans, put some eggs in there, and that shit's perfect.
Would you say so? Ask the Brit, not me. What are you looking at me for?
I'm not asking. I'm not asking. I'm stating a fact. Take out the beans, put in some eggs, and an English breakfast is fucking perfect.
Why am I defending your breakfast, England? Come on, man.
You're not defending it. I'm making a statement.
Look at him.
I've had English
Depends itself as
breakfast.
far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so replacing beans with eggs, and we're good.
It's-
All right.
And everything else but that, everything else but English breakfast is fucking solid. Except the beans. Make it eggs.
Okay, deal. StylishHoboCat. If you could learn any language overnight, what would it be?
Any
Gaelic,
language?
just so I can insult people. Like I say, the most heinous shit in the world, and there is a guarantee no one can understand what I'm saying.
Gaelic. Right up. This motherfucker had it ready out the gate. All right.
Well, he had it planned, right?
All right.
Any language though?
Any language. Any
You
language.
could have asked me that 4 months ago. The answer would still be the same.
All right.
I mean, no offense, the weak ass answer though.
Ooh.
Well, all right,
Look
then what
at-
the fuck would yours be?
Like deep speech,
What the fuck is deep speech?
the language
We're
of
trying to stay in reality here.
Oh, see, well, he said any language.
I did.
He didn't
I
say
did.
real or not.
No, oh, fuck you with your technicalities. All right.
So you want to readjust the question? The language of the
No,
Elder
I'm-
Gods, son. Deep speech.
Well, hang
I mean-
on. I think Gaelic has got to be pretty close to whatever Cthulhu speaks. If you've
Oh.
heard it spoken. So,
No fucking way. No
Gaelic's
way.
not a language.
Mm.
Gaelic is some fairy shit. Deep speech
Listen.
can like melt your brain.
Oh, god damn it. Why must you invoke this?
Cause you said any.
You're a... All right. He's not wrong.
You can correct it and say it has to be a real language.
This fucking guy.
I have an answer to that too.
Fine. Fine. It has to be a real language.
Mandarin.
Get ready for your Chinese overlords.
Because China number one.
Yeah. You know West Taiwan's coming for you.
Look at him preparing for his Chinese landlords.
No shit. What? Well, I'm sorry. I'll learn Gaelic, which will get me nowhere.
Okay, fine.
Like,
fine.
at least I can insult my new Mandarin speaking
No, but
overlords.
here's the thing. At least like you learning Gaelic makes sense because where you are. For me, Mandarin matters because I have to be able to work within the fucking times.
All right, fine. So I am going to use the little Haynes room. So this is a question not just for StylishHoboCat, but for Monoxus and chat. All right,
Okay.
ladies and jerks, are you ready? Yo, Fwank is here, and I hope Lopen is ready, and he's probably hiding in the trenches like a fucking grassy old groundskeeper. All right, Gaelic chat confirmed. You
Gaelic
see what you
chat.
started, StylishHoboCat? All right.
See, from the Chinaman.
If you don't lose Mandarin,
If you don't speak Mandarin, you lose.
you see? That's right. All right. Ladies and jerks, everyone involved. I'm going to use the little Haynes room. I ask a question to chat. I'll answer when I get back. If you can go anywhere in the world on anyone else's dime for 2 weeks, where would it be? Anywhere in the world for 2 weeks.
All costs paid.
Someone else's dime. All right. I'll be right back.
You know what?
Alright.
I'm gonna have to use the little hobo room as well. So I'm sorry,
Oh.
Monoxus, you're on your own for this one.
And now this man's using the bathroom too. I gotta sit here and answer this question, Dolo. All right, you know
Dude,
what?
you're not staring at the piles of cans and bottles that I am.
I'm sorry. You don't think I have? I will pull the camera and bring the cans into view. Go use the bathroom. Jesus. What's going on, folks? I'm not gonna answer that fucking question. This piece of shit left. That piece of shit left, and they're just like, you handle it now. Fuck that. I'm gonna sit here and drink and point and yell. What's going on, chat? Meanwhile, I've got shit in the background here. Tibet? The fuck you! You wouldn't go to Tibet. You're just saying that. Personally, my honest answer is Japan. Just because, I mean, it's expensive and it's on someone else's dime, so... Hey, Japan, why not? And I can buy all the shit I want, I can see all the sites I want, I can rest and relax where I want. Why the fuck not? I mean... Is there anywhere that I'd rather go than Japan? I guess I can be a real wealth-based rich asshole and do the whole Dubai thing and just go fucking ham in Dubai on someone else's dime. But even then, that shit sounds fucking boring as shit. I don't know that I actually enjoy myself. I would only be doing that to rack up as much as humanly possible. And then to get like a final tally and be like, oh yeah, all this money I spent fucking Dubai. But for actual fun, probably Japan. Mostly because they have some of the greatest entertainment on the planet from where I'm sitting. What is this shit? Sorry, I'm watching a thing in the background because like a friend of mine's up for an award. Yeah, well, that's the thing though. Like, I would do the Dubai thing literally to be like, how much money can I possibly spend? Because if it's on someone else's dime, I can play every fucking like tourist scam card and do all of the dumb shit. I mean, realistically, I would never go to fucking Dubai on my own free will. That shit sounds stupid. Japan's actually on my list. Like, I would actually like to go to Japan and just.
If it's on someone else's dime, you could go to London and start your own money laundering.
That's fair, but my point was Japan for real, because if it's on someone else's dime, I can genuinely enjoy Japan.
Yeah.
And if I'm trolling, oh, Muzan with the continuation, subscribe tier 1. I was gonna say Dubai, and then just do all of the like ridiculously overpriced nonsense, because Dubai has that as an option. If it's on someone else's dime, like fuck it, why not?
The most pointless place in the fucking face of the earth.
Yeah, but like someone else's dime,
City in a desert.
I can just go do nonsense Dubai shit. That's kind
You
of
see, if you're gonna go to a city in a desert, you go to Vegas.
yeah.
To me,
You know what? To be fair, if it's on someone else's dime, that's a good point too.
See,
I used to want to see France, Weeaboo do this until I learned that going to the Eiffel Tower means having a machine gun pointed at my face when I eat lunch. And I was like, hard pass.
So now Monoxis has
Paris
to have
is very
Paris
fucking overrated.
syndrome.
No, I genuinely wanted to see Paris, and then I saw how shit it is, and was like, I'm good. Oh, Weeaboo, subscribe to
Weeaboo Jesus has joined us to suffer. Thank
Muzan
you.
also joined us to suffer.
Madman Muzan, thank you.
So my honest answer was Japan. Because,
Ooh.
I mean, Japan is on my actual top of my list of places to visit,
Right.
and if someone's gonna, like, fund me, I'm gonna go ham.
Right.
And then joke answer was Dubai, and just do all the most expensive things in the world on someone else's dime in Dubai.
Right. That was the point, on someone else's dime.
Right, so I have the, like, I can genuinely enjoy my trip to Japan and not worry about funding and do all the cool shit I want to do, or I can go to Dubai and spend $1,000 on a cab and, like, $10,000 on lunch and just go ham because someone else is paying for it.
And every night in this hotel costs the mortgage of 40,000 homeowners.
But that guy's paying for it, so, like, fuck it, I'm in Dubai.
Right.
And then I want the final receipt, just to be like, and this is how much he paid. Well, I dicked
room
around.
service and everything's got gold flakes on it.
Yeah,
Oh
I'm just
my
I
Lord.
just go ham to be like, someone else is paying? Cool, what's up? And I'd rack the bill up. I want to break 7 digits in like a weekend.
Honestly, and this is probably the grossest and most selfish answer I could give, but I would want to see the Easter Islands, the Moai heads that I have been grown to accustomed because of like watching on Gradius and Super Gradius and Super Nintendo. All right.
I think we could survive a backpacking trip across Latin America. You mean like
Oh no, it depends where in Latin America you're going.
survive is a very
That is a different experience than enjoy.
yeah. The survive
There's
is a word that I'm very cautious about.
And enjoy.
Yeah, survive means like because we'd have to fight. I think we should start with a backpack across America sort of situation before we go to
What?
backpack.
Like we're fucking Midnighter from The Authority?
I'm just saying, like, if you want to go for a backpacking trip, let's maybe start here, and then like going down there, like they're armed to the teeth down there.
Right.
So if we're not armed to the teeth to counter their armed to the teeth, we've already gotten killed.
It's funny because it's true.
Like, we didn't show up with semi-automatics, and they did, and we're white.
So by virtue of this,
GG, your adventure is over. You died. Play the fucking Dark Souls. Like, ching. You're dead.
no matter how
You
good,
walked into Mexico without a firearm.
no matter how good our Spanish is, all right.
No, it doesn't matter. You walked into Mexico without a firearm. You died.
Haynes, if you've got money to burn, it's a holiday, and you're going somewhere in South America, I think you're obliged to make the official 718 TV trip to that fighting village. It's in Peru. You know what I mean. The guys with the masks.
Right.
Taka something.
Takayuha is where in every year in Peru, people throw hands, and this is to settle all beefs and to like in the response to this, give blood to the soil for a good crop. For a good crop, but people solve and resolve disputes, and it is always ladies' night. Every night is ladies' night at Takayuha in Peru. Ladies and jerks, let the record state that even in parts of Latin America, they understand that life eats life. So, number one, it is not Latin America until someone is starting or finishing a fight in a metal shirt somewhere in Latin America. And if you had to put money on it, it would be over in Peru.
Let's go! Sorry.
And where these people are giving blood to the soil for the soil to give back to them and to keep this going until next year.
My crypto's doing really good.
You see? His crypto is doing really good. Shh.
Doing really good.
All right.
I bought a thing that no one else put me onto, but like a thread on the internet put me onto, and I was like, okay, I'll bite. It's doing really well. Some douchebag in the chan was like,
provides a game.
Buy this, and I was like, all right, why? He was like, because look at the fucking. He was like, look at the image thing, and I was like, that's not a reason. He's like, yo, what's up? Trust. And I was like, all right, it's dirt cheap. It's a shit coin. Doing really well.
Because seeing is believing, ladies and jerks.
And not just the Phantom MK Ultra money, like get on train Phantom.
I got you.
I mean, I've been on Team Phantom.
There are multiple trains going off in the darkness that few people know until it's too late, is all I'm saying.
I bought into a thing where I was like, this is nonsense. And now it's like, oh my god, this is doing really well.
Surely this is how any crypto becomes legitimized.
Yeah, I know. It's great.
That's what I love is the church of crypto, how it's just pure faith that just keeps anything going.
It's amazing that some douchebag on a message board was like, yo, what's up, this thing? Then me being like, this is bullshit, but like, what's up? And he was like, here's the thing, it's October, and the name is trendy, and it's going to keep going from here. And I was like, that's dumb, but I believe you. Here, give me like...
Have you bought Spook Coin
I was like, give me 15,000 of that cheap coin, because trendy, right?
You see?
Money made. In fact, it's doing very well.
Marketing strategy.
We'll play that game.
So, listen. The only downside is that, unfortunately, crypto is also not immune to disinformation, because never forget when Elon Musk crashed the market through Dogecoin.
If you haven't bought Doge, buy Doge.
Happened. I don't. You heard it from him, not from me.
Buy a couple, because.
Listen. All right.
Do you know like Doge is trending on every fucking like crypto site?
That doesn't make it legitimate.
It doesn't, but like I find it hilarious that it's like in the top 10 on every crypto site.
No matter what. No matter
what. And it's actually a shitcoin. Like, I find it hilarious that it's in the top 10 on every fucking site, but it has like almost no value.
Because it's like it is the cycle. It's funny because it's true.
But like I think that's hilarious.
In crypto,
Doge is top 7 on most sites, but it's not though. It's actually garbage.
Okay, StylishHoboCat.
Yo, Haynes, two questions for you.
All right.
How far into mumbo jumbo times will we be until you can use Dogecoin to buy stuff at a bodega? And then, what the fuck is a bodega?
All right, so
I would say field the second question first.
All right, we are 17 away from.
Same question.
No, I'm asking. I'm answering him.
I'm just saying. What's a bodega?
This is your. But listen, this is your stream, but this is his question.
I'm just saying. I think answering what is a bodega, because you can say like when will you be able to use Doge at a bodega?
Mm-hmm.
Does not help.
17 years.
Unless there's a What is a bodega answered?
All right. Hold on. No, El Primo goes, at my bodega, you can buy shit coins on the ATM.
I don't believe you.
All right. Listen, a bodega is...
17 years, though?
Yes.
Where Doge has value.
Yes. Where you could buy shit at a bodega.
With Doge.
17 years.
Solid. I'm gonna hold on to my Doge.
Listen, so a bodega is where you could buy the everyday necessities, and one step below everyday necessities through an impoverished neighborhood, ideally when you see through the lens of someone being born and raised here in New York City.
See, hold on.
One
Frank
would
Morgan
consider...
says a bodega is a store. It's not just a store.
Well, no, it's more than that. It is a sort of like a community
store
cornerstone.
It's a general concept.
No, it's more than that, Tampage. All right.
Small owner-operated convenience store is close. That's better.
El Primo goes, it's a way of life.
Oh, wow.
Listen, you see what you started? All right, so listen.
Over here, you can start getting away with it now, yeah.
All right.
So
But-
legit or behind the counter?
No, legit. We legalized
Well,
that.
hold on. El Primo works at a drive-through bodega. Let him chime in. Hang the fuck on, all right?
I'm just calling these two out because
17 fucking years is my answer to Dogecoin. You let him respond, all right?
Frank Horrigan's not accurate, and small owner-operated convenience store is pretty close to like an actual definition.
All right, El Primo.
Sure.
How many years do you picture from where you stand and where Dogecoin will be accepted for Modelo Dark and a pack of smokes?
And what is a bodega?
And what is a bodega? You heard it from him first.
Oh,
Explain
just while we're
bodega.
talking about shops.
At least 20
How
years.
much?
I said 17. All right, we're not too far. All right. At least 20 years. All right.
Yeah, how much does 20 Marlboros cost you in the US?
20? Like,
Well,
bought-
sorry, a pack of Marlboros.
I was gonna say, like, bought loose or
What
in
the
a
fuck
pack.
is up with your metric system measurement
No,
of
because
bullshit?
like bought loose or in a pack is different.
Oh, no. Do you not get packs of 20s? What, the different number?
No, you can actually buy individual cigarettes from delis.
It depends on what...
See, you used to be able to do the same thing here, but that went out of fashion at least 20 years
Oh,
ago.
so because StylishHoboCat, we have a celebrated culture of selling loosies, and like one time, some guy in Staten Island was selling loosies, and like the cops put a chokehold on him,
And murdered him.
and then he said, "I can't breathe," and then they put a chokehold on him,
And he died.
and then they murdered him. And like ever since then, loosies kind of have this weird ethereal weight and context behind them
I think a pack over here though is like what, 14 right now?
and change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 14 for 20 in a pack.
Partially because New York State has a cigarette tax.
Yeah. Or $1, if
Oh,
I'm not mistaken, for a loose cigarette.
Yes.
Oh, don't talk to me about cigarette taxes. It's unreal in the
But
UK.
think about it. So we're looking at 14 for a pack of 20,
Mm-hmm.
or $1 per cigarette loose.
Right.
Or you buy a bag of tobacco for like $8 to $10, and you roll yourself cigarettes for weeks.
Or
Oh, yeah, no, it's the same thing here. Yeah.
well, you could do that. Hold on. El Primo goes, Marlboros are at $8.19 with taxes here in Ohio. You see, because it depends on the state price. Kind of like practicing law and passing the bar exam, states' laws and rights ends up becoming a whole multitude of ridiculousness here in Merca, all right?
Yeah.
So in
And
Ohio,
my man Muzan is getting cheap cigs.
right? You see,
That's
listen.
a fucking dream.
No, do not empower Ohio.
Hey man, I'm just trying to convert the prices here. For
I'm just
a pack
saying,
of
don't give them fucking credit. Don't give them more power.
Ohio is the American equivalent of the Midlands, in where like England has to keep their neck with the knee from the establishment to make sure that the Midlands never like aspires to power.
We don't support Ohio.
In the same way, America has to keep a fucking knee on the neck of the fucking Ohio
We
to
don't
make sure it doesn't
support
get
Ohio.
power.
Hey,
They're
look,
dangerous.
I've crunched the numbers from if you convert it into dollars, we're paying about a bare minimum of $22 for a pack of
For a
Marlboros.
pack?
So yeah, for
No,
like
no,
20.
no. Wait. That is Marlboro. So I'm imagining Marlboro is extra fancy American smokes, right? What is the British standard default? Okay, because hear me out. Hear me out, Stylish Hobocat, all right? So here in America, the default cigarette is Marlboro Reds.
Camels.
Well, Camels, you'd say?
If you're actually an American.
Well, the point is Marlboro Reds.
Or Lucky Strikes.
Okay, maybe.
If you're
Only because of that fucking anime thing. The point is, listen. Marlboro Reds is kind of, you know how like
Newports are for hood rats. Fuck off,
shut your mouth.
I was gonna ask about Newports.
They're
Listen.
for hood rats and white and basic bitches.
Listen, Stylish Hobocat. The same way
No one smokes Newports unless they're broke.
the same way Metallica is everyone's first metal band with training wheels. Marlboro Reds are everyone's like training wheel cigarette. All right, at least
Really?
here in
Sick.
America. At least here in America. What is it in the UK?
It'd be Sterling or something like JPS Blue.
Sterling or JPS Blue. All right, let the record state. Sterling
Benson and Hedges.
Really?
It's Benson and Hedges. Yes, if you're broke, I think that's maybe our Newport equivalent. If you're broke, you go down
I was gonna
off
say,
license, you get 20 Benos.
I've heard a lot of Benson and Hedge comments from people.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a thing we
If you
can't
want the
get
high class British cigarette though, that's Embassy No. 1s.
Really? Okay, where does Dunhill rank in the British cigarettes?
Wow, Muzan's like, we sell Bensons, they're $16. Yo, that's
shit!
Because they have to pay import prices.
Yeah!
Even though they're like trash cigarettes.
You're not fucking around, buddy! Are you kidding
Holy
me?
shit! Muzan's ripping people for them. Fucking dog.
But didn't you say fucking like Marlboros were like $20?
Listen,
conversion wise?
Oh no, it's biting, isn't it? Yes, too. Yeah. But the weird thing is, the much it's not weird. It is just the taxes in the UK because Marlboros are much cheaper in Central Europe.
Fair. I don't know. I mean, like we also like over here we have places where you can get like the whole like the Indian reservation. Get yourself a fucking carton.
you can drive to Pennsylvania or an Indian reservation on Pennsylvania and get cartons of cigarettes for less than $20, is all I'm saying. Okay, so El Primo goes, those bitches are $16. I sell cigarettes all day. Ohio state tax is 7.5% on every sale. You see? So here we have the dynamic of state tax like influencing the dynamic of everyday life.
What is ours?
Right?
Is ours like 8.6?
8.75.
Okay, yeah. So New York is 8.75. And that's just on sale tax.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and if you buy clothing that is above $75 or more, state tax does not apply in New York State. Like,
Or you just go up to Boston and like there is no state tax.
right, or New Hampshire, where there is no state tax, or Texas, where there is no state tax, or where you see, it's a reoccurring cycle of these things.
Yeah.
El Primo is selling. Listen, Embassy No. 1s, StylishHoboCat. What do they taste like?
It's a little harsh, a little dark. No, harsh is wrong word. It's darker than most other tobaccos.
Oh, you're comparing it to a fucking darker ale, you madman.
The way people describe it here. I mean, if I'm completely honest, I'm not a big fan of factory-produced cigarettes. I'm usually hand rolls.
Hmm.
But again, that's just the working class thing of just being poor.
Right.
Need money for baccy.
That's a Stylish Hobocat smoking hashish with like 11 Algerian immigrants and a hand-rolled cigarette. Like,
Hold up. I got a drink for you. I got a question for you, sir. What's your drink of choice?
all right.
We talking like deal or something you can get.
I'll give you two of them. You're going out and you're trying to drink something nice,
Mhm.
your drink of choice, or you're having a lazy afternoon at home and you're like, I just want to fucking drink to relax.
Right.
I'm going out, drink of choice. It's expensive as hell, but there's something in the UK called neck oil at the minute, which is
Neck oil.
it sounds fucking retarded, but I swear to God, it is beautiful.
All right, what the fuck is it?
It's I'm not even sure. I just tried it once and that was it. People think I'm like some fucking alcohol beer connoisseur, and you just don't realize I have no idea what the fuck I'm drinking. It's just it tastes good or it doesn't.
He just blends into the background. He's like, "Hello, I'm 6'3". I'm Chadley. Drink what I'm drinking." And everyone is
Neck
like,
oil.
"I'm drinking what he's drinking. It's delicious."
No, I gotta know neck
Because word of mouth is the cheapest and most effective form of marketing. All right.
neck like the beer neck oil.
Yeah, it's an IPA.
Yeah, I'm looking at it
It's
right now.
yeah, it's kind of hipster tip making juice with the amount of hops that's in it, but it's fucking worth it, man.
Okay.
Neck oil.
And then
you say?
if it's at home, if it's a lazy evening, it'd be Hobgoblin Gold, because that is good and cheap if you go to the right place.
Hobgoblin Gold, you say? Okay. All right.
I've never seen either of these.
You
To be
are
honest, if I knew the what's it
discovering other
the
cultures.
if I
Oh
knew
no!
the
I've seen Hobgoblin.
What?
I've had Hobgoblin.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I've had it here actually. There was a bar I went to years ago that actually used to have it, and I drink that shit all the time. That shit's mad good.
You see,
Yes, good man. You understand.
Tampich chimes in with Hobgoblin is the shit. El Primo goes, Hobcat is making up drinks as far as I'm good. Listen, you stop talking shit about our esteemed guest of honor
Listen,
from across
just
the
because
pond,
you are
right?
that far away from the fucking coast and you can't connect with people overseas doesn't mean you can judge them, Ohio.
You jerk.
All right, you just fucking hang out over there and gather your fucking energy while we all just wait for you to explode and kill us all.
And then you can ally with fucking Mets fans and Celtics fans so you could conquer America on your own time. But right now,
But yes, I've had Hobgoblin. That shit was actually really good. I had it at a bar in Brooklyn,
really,
and yeah, it was good.
hmm.
I mean, I got
I've actually,
because it
I've
was
actually
like
just
called
finished a bowl of
Hobgoblin.
it. So.
Hey, on a random and unrelated note, once upon a time, Barcade in St. Mark's Place used to have a beer called Carton of Milk.
No, you fuck off.
El Primo, you're gonna have to calm your tits. Listen, they used to have a beer called Carton of Milk, and it was this like stout, like dark lager that was impenetrable to light, and it was delicious.
Yeah, that's no fucking lager, mate. That's pure stout.
And it was
It
just
looks like it can absorb radiation.
and it was just like ever so delicious. And I remember playing like Space Invaders and drinking more Carton of Milk, and playing Space Invaders and drinking more Carton of Milk. And there were few like late evenings, early mornings I could recall. So eventually, Carton of Milk no longer existed in Barcade. So what I would do to defer to this, just so I could be the one asshole who remembers, whenever I go to Barcade, I will always make sure I go, "Excuse me, do you have Carton of Milk?" And by default, the person behind the counter will either go, "Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have that," to like, "Oh, I remember when we carried that. This is the substitute that we have for that." And then I will defer to the bartender. All right.
Fair.
So, StylishHoboCat,
Makes sense.
is there a drink when you're on the road that you will defer to if you're in unfamiliar territory, or in the event you feel that you could flex? All right. What do you drink?
They're two kind of different things. If it was a drink I was going to defer to, so in England you've got like basically got standard taps, and then some places are going to have craft ales, on draft on tap.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a standard bullshit, then I will go to the fridge. I'll get a bottle of Newcastle Brown. That's an ale that's been around in England for better part of a century.
Since forever.
Newcastle's really good.
Right.
You tried it?
Yes, I have.
Ah, see, I wondered if you'd get it internationally.
We do, and it's really fucking good.
Yeah, it's good. That's the tried and true. If I think somewhere's crap, if I think their pipes are dirty or they're gonna pour it wrong, then yeah, Newcastle Brown. If I wanted to flex, it probably would be neck oil, because that is, you can be assured, it's one of the
Again,
most expensive.
with your tit-inducing beer. All right, Stylish Hobocat.
Neck oil is the only one I've never seen, but now I'm tempted because apparently it's amazing.
Right now, Monoxis is feeling.
I'm just saying, I've had Newcastle, I've had Hobgoblin, I've never seen neck oil.
Right now, what
You've established I've got a great taste in beer.
So I have to go find a place here that has neck oil.
You see, right now, Monoxis is feeling the equivalent of someone living in New York, watching unfolding news in New York on something like Russia Today, or like the BBC, or like Italian or Latin American news. And now we have Nottingham Trash telling him about Newcastle to be like,
No.
Oi, mate, how about a ciggy, cunt?
Newcastle I've had, they're fucking solid.
Stop calling us cunts, Stylish Hobocat, even though we know you mean well.
The term of endearment here. Oh.
You see, it's not his fault. He keeps screaming at us for ciggies, and he keeps calling us cunts. It's not his fault, alright?
That's fair.
Nice.
Alright, so, Stylish Hobocat, where... listen, we didn't get to this earlier, fuck you. Where are the hottest women in England from? Alright? And second part, where are the ugliest women from, and is it Crowley? Alright?
Pains me to say it, but there is no place that's reliable for attractive women. You know which areas are going to have ugly ones.
Okay.
That's assured.
Explain. Is it because, British women are traditionally, not hot? Explain. Give me some context, Stylish Hobocat.
So, if you actually wanted, models, supermodels, something like that, you'd have to go to London. You'd have to go where the money is.
Are there no homely...
Let me put it this way. I know at least you, Haynes, you're familiar with the idea of a chap. You're familiar with the council estate guy walking around in his tracksuit, speaking way too loudly. In those kind of areas, even if a woman was attractive, she's going to present herself in a way that's just fucking awful.
Or she's someone else's property. For lack of a better term.
And it doesn't change it?
Yes! Deal. All right. So no, because ghetto beauty trash only gets you so far.
Yeah.
That all right. So are you saying that the hottest bitches in England exist in the rootless cosmopolitan cities like London? Are there any other cities other than London in England?
This is the thing: is you can go to plenty of other cities. You're just going to have to look around the high class places, no matter whatever's high class relative to the area.
I think the more important question is, where do all the broken bitches come from?
Everywhere.
And where should one not look?
Evidently everywhere.
You're not going to want to go to the British equivalent of the ghetto. Let me put it that way.
All right, so give me a fucking name. What is the neighborhood where you're like, every bitch here is busted?
Are you kidding me? We've got 37 states of ghettos. Are you fucking... We don't have any fucking shortage of them. Come on, dude.
Where is the most busted?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Crowley? Is it Crowley?
I've not travelled enough, to be honest. It would probably... Oh, I know. Skegness.
Skegness?
Does the name mean anything to you?
Skag?
So yeah. The Skags from Skegness. It sounds like an epic poem already. The Skags from Skegness.
I'm sorry, the fucking town's got Skag in its name.
Yeah.
Evidently.
Right, so let me lay out the history here very briefly. So when like the early 1900s, when British people when it became like poor instead of being ultra poor, and they could actually take holidays. Everyone went to Skegness. It's a coastal area. It's one of the nicer beaches for the UK. Obviously, our beaches don't mean anything to say like Miami, but that's where people would go. But that's kind of drifted off in the last sort of 20, 30 years. And so you have an idea of like carnies,
Yeah.
people travel around. Yeah. So I know you guys have a stereotype about carnies just kind of being busted, inbred. I mean, your version of our gypsies, basically.
Okay.
Okay.
But
wait, pikeys.
Yeah, it's essentially. But
All right.
They're not Irish.
Excuse me.
Well, no, what am I saying?
Not
Fucking
to be
pikeys aren't.
disrespectful.
No, sorry, what am I saying? Pikeys aren't Irish. They're fucking complete subhumans. That's why Ireland didn't fucking want them.
All right, I'm not saying. Like they're gypsies. Okay, well, hold on. StylishHoboCat. It's like Queen's trash, Nottingham trash, Jippos. Like hatred for Jippos. Is that it?
Dude, they suck so hard. There is just no redeeming feature to them. Actually, yeah. If you want, actually, that's the way. If you want busted British bitches, you're going to go to Skegness, or you're going to go to a fucking gypsy caravan site. That's where you're going to find the fucking ugliest women going.
Thank you.
All right, good to know. Skegness.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Skegness is this like horrible forgotten land where it is obviously the product of fucking and breeding. It's just dead-eyed people who no one has an IQ above 90. It's just a fucking horrible place.
You got your answers.
Skegness is the Crowley of the 21st century. Good. I'm so glad. All right. StylishHoboCat, you're at a pub, and if you're at a pub, you're there to watch footy, and you're there to get fucked up, and maybe smoke 11 cigarettes outside if they got some sort of fucked up smoking law indoors, all right? What is your go-to pub meal?
My go-to pub what? Sorry.
Your go-to pub meal.
Like I said earlier, the only time I'm going to eat at a pub is a Sunday roast.
Really? You don't fuck with anything else? You don't fuck with like French fries, you don't fuck with finger food, you don't fuck with anything else other than a Sunday roast?
If you go to a pub like midday during the week, a lot of places now you can get like a burger or something like that. But it's like
All right.
the traditional like British pub grub is you could buy like a pie from behind the counter.
Oh.
Besides that, it's just like peanuts and fucking crisps. Sorry, chips.
Wait, so you mean like a shepherd's pie under the table paying in cash, but you're eating a shepherd's pie at the bar while drinking, even though that shepherd's pie was bought behind the bar under the table in cash? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it wouldn't be shepherd's pie, it'd be like a proper pork pie. A pie.
Okay.
Like an actual pie.
Not mashed potato pretending to be a pie.
No, but here...
like a big pie with pastry.
Again, no. But god damn it, Monoxus!
Not this fake-ass mashed potato pie that these pubs over here serve, which is why I stopped going to those places, because those fucking pies suck, and I can't stand them.
Right, but
if you do it properly, it's good shit.
It's not a fucking pie!
But StylishHoboCat, herein lies what...
You can put all that mashed potato and pea and carrot, whatever the fuck you want, but put it in a fucking pie crust.
Right, but herein
put it in a fucking pie crust!
Herein lies what Monoxus had mentioned earlier. So pudding immediately means custard, and pie in America immediately means dessert.
No, pie means a thing baked within a actual bread-based, like, that's what a pie is. There's a carbohydrate-based crust.
Mm-hmm.
Not this fucking mashed potato pea meat mix. Not a fucking pie.
You heard it.
That is a, what's the word? It's not a pie. It's a casserole. Shepherd's pie is a fucking casserole.
All right, deal.
I've got to say, Minoxus, I've loved how pedantic you get on the the diagnosis of what food is. I've noticed this is a long trend.
Because he is a chef.
Yeah.
I thought so. Yeah.
Shepherd's pie is a fucking casserole.
You don't
Pie requires a crust.
you don't understand the lines in the sand you've drawn, StylishHoboCat. I'm sorry.
I'm waiting for the Minoxus Cafe where it is a shepherd's pie, but it is actually in a pastry.
In a proper like baked good, yeah.
And
it's just Bongland on Suicide Watch after that.
Monoxis,
and it will be the best fucking shepherd's pie on the planet.
Monoxis is selling shepherd's pie empanadas in the UK, and they think it's the most radical overseas like roundabout of stolen colonies, Queen's empanada bullshit, British cuisine through American lens nonsense. UK on Suicide Watch.
Shepherd's pie, not pie.
It's goddamn it! Why you gotta be
fucking
like that?
Casserole.
Listen, how come other countries are not looking at America and exploiting how they have like Chicago deep dish pizza, real New York pizza? Like, listen, part of what
there's only one kind of pizza.
It's New York
It's pizza.
because it's New York.
It doesn't have to be. It's not New York. It's pizza.
I will let
and
you know
everything
why.
else is pies.
I will
and
let
cakes.
I will let you know why. Here, New York State, we.
Minoxus, I don't think you have like the pretense to be like a proper foodie, but I feel like you're an anti-hero foodie.
Hey, you shut your whore mouth, StylishHoboCat.
10 years in the food industry.
Here in New York State, we have the best tap water, among the best tap water in New York State, which is what makes the pizza and the bagels and all of the you've never met a carbohydrate you've never liked food ever to exist in New York City. It has a bonus multiplier because of the water. Therefore, there are other places in America where New York State tap water is trucked in, even as far as from New York to California. And hear me out. This is true. You could Google this, goddammit. In the UK, when you're thinking of like, I'm gonna drive to the east part of the UK to the west part of the UK, that's less than a day. But to do that in America, that takes like 3 days. All right.
I worked at a restaurant where our water was New York based.
Mm-hmm.
Our tomatoes came from Italy. Our cheese was shipped in from...
Supply chain disruption is real, ladies and jerks.
Our cheese was shipped in overnight from California. And our seasonings, like all of our spices and the fresh herbs, were shipped in from the Midwest.
Oh, so you don't think he's a foodie, Mr. StylishHoboCat, dirty Irishman food critic from the Dublin Times, and he's like, I didn't like the way that Guinea Dago Wop talked about garlic, furthermore, I didn't like his pants.
In order to maintain...
This fucking Ulysses reading motherfucker over here.
In order to maintain that supply chain, we had to know when exactly to order each of those things to make sure they got there on time. In fact, we surplus ordered and we had a stock room full of very specific items. The one thing we could not do was the one thing that we had at a surplus, the dough.
Really?
Because New York dough from New York water is a high supply item.
Right.
Because we can get surplus tomatoes from Italy and stockpile them because they're preserved properly. Spices we dehydrated to keep for long periods of time. The cheese was very difficult because it came from in-country and it took a couple of days to get over, but we just constantly reordered the supply. It was the hardest thing. But yeah, I know a little bit.
So this is what I appreciate, is you actually know something, but you're not mired in the fucking hipster pretense of...
No, it's nonsense.
It has to be from this area.
No, they take it too seriously. I could make an amazing pizza out of grocery store items.
Hey,
in fact,
I the pictures. I look like good shit.
I could take grocery store items and very specific flavor profiles can be manipulated if you know how to cook properly.
Listen. On an unrelated note, this was, I think, like anywhere between like 3 to 5 years. Excuse my ignorance if I'm wrong.
Sure.
From 3 to 5 years, this guy held a Christmas party, and it was like a holiday party, and it was one of the best holiday parties.
The Halloween Christmas.
It was one of the best anything I've ever been to the history of ever.
The Halloween Christmas.
And he even had like spreads, and the spreads were so goddamn fucking good. I ate them for 6 days afterwards. All right, and he had like bacon, cream cheese, sun-dried tomato spreads.
Homemade.
He had like cut up chives, vegetable cream cheese spread, homemade. He had these things, and it was this. I hate to say this. Excuse my language, chat. It was retardedly good. Like, what the fuck were you catering to trash? This guy was catering to trash, and he was like, "Here, have 3.5 stars.
6 days. Get the fuck out of my apartment.
Have 3.5 star dipping with your toasted bagel chips."
So here's how that actually happened. The girl I was seeing was like, "We're gonna have a Christmas party, but we're gonna have like a Halloween themed Christmas." And I was like, "That's awesome."
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, "You're in charge of food."
Or
and nothing
zombie
else."
Santa.
Well, it was more like Nightmare Before Christmas, whatever.
Oh, sure.
You're close. You're close.
So she was like, "You are doing nothing but food," and I was like, "Cool." And I was like, "All right." So I have to make like a snowman like cheese dip and like a pumpkin snowman cheese dip. So I'm like, but I have to have the colors accurate. And then like 3 days into like theory crafting, I'm like, okay, so I have this whole like setup of like cheese dip with like crackers that make sense in like the theme of the fucking like stupid snowman that I made out of cheese. And she's like, I just wanted you to make the food. And I'm like, no, the fucking like cheese dip is shaped like a snowman. And then I have the giant pumpkin that like the pumpkin can be eaten with your fucking hands, except it's supposed to be eaten with like pretzel dip. And she's like, "You went way too hard." I'm like, "Oh, I'm not even done yet." Like, and then here's like the fucking.
You ain't seen nothing.
Here's the fucking.
Just imagine you. She's told you to make this food spread, and you're turning around making all this artisan like crafted shit.
I'm like,
just there, like, you can't appreciate art. Your ovaries have blinded you to the truth.
Here's a tree made out. Here's a garlic bread tree that I baked. All right, a tree made of garlic bread.
And it puffed up in the oven, and it dropped.
A man with either too much time on his hands or too much skill.
I was trying to impress all of her friends, and I succeeded. Because they were like, "Wow, this is excessive," and then this man was like, "I'm eating this for days."
And for me, and it was just like,
Look, this is how you add to your harem. You just tempt people in with all this amazing food.
Here's the thing. That's not even my main skill set. I cook for fun. Like, the whole, like,
I'm just that good.
Yeah, learning to cook crazy shit is a hobby. So, making a fucking garlic bread tree was like, how can I do this? It had nothing to do with, like...
Because he ends up approaching problems like challenges instead of like problems.
Cooking is actually just a hobby. So when someone's like, do this in a... And she was like, it's themed on this. And I was like, every dish you're asking me to make? She was like, oh, let's have some garlic bread. Let's have like a cheese plate. And then let's have like this, she was like, let's have like a almost like a bouche bouche sort of meat tray. And I was like, I'm going to make all of these thematic. So the cheese plate ended up being like a snowman made of different cheeses, and you could scoop the snowman's body out. And she was like, "That's excessive," and I'm like, "But it was good."
And just carve it out onto pieces of toasted bagel and cram it into your face.
Themed interactive food spread.
So she was like, "I just wanted a cheese spread," and I was like, "But it's shaped like a snowman, though. It's awesome." Right?
And you just
she wanted a woman's cheese spread, not a man's.
No, as far as food goes, I'm excessive. Because it's a hobby. So I'm like, how can I do it up?
Monoxis is displaying the Andrew Jackson American spirit of, like, fun fact, all right? One time, Andrew Jackson got from a homie from France who was like, hey, remember when he fought against the French? Yeah, fuck the French. So, like, here's a wheel of cheese. So Andrew Jackson was like, countrymen, if you come to my house with a fork, you can eat the cheese outside of my house. And it took like a month, but eventually everyone ate the cheese.
Oh, yeah, if you ever want like creative, stupid food ideas, like I was
You
told,
could find
I was told to make a cheese meat.
Twitter.com/Monoxus for all of your high-end catering, chef, special
Oh, no.
order, delicious,
Honestly,
fucked
hold on.
up, Judge Dredd tasting parties of.
I'm really good. My homie Odin, that man is he is a professional. No, that man does things that are beyond concept. He's actually like a food scientist, and part of some things that I do is like doing what he has put onto me.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is like, yeah, when someone's like, make a cheese plate,
I have
and
to
I'm
ban
like,
you guys for a quick second. I need to use the little hobo room, otherwise I'm gonna fucking piss my
and I'm
pants.
like, I'm gonna turn this cheese
Okay.
plate into a fucking like work of art that you have to eat.
So, StylishHoboCat is resorting to the fucking pee-pee pants room.
Yeah.
So, while we're here, Weeaboo Jesus goes, it's worth doing well. That's right. Because even if you're going to do something wrong, do it right.
Shepherd's pie is a salad, says Ex Machina.
Lopan goes, shepherd's pie is a salad. All right, so...
I would like to hear your argument, although I think I would give shepherd's... No. Because what is it? It's salad, soup, ravioli, sandwich? Is that the original?
Are raviolis dumplings?
Well, like the argument is that everything can be fit into 4 categories.
Mm-hmm.
Salad, soup, ravioli, sandwich.
How do you define the fucking, like, steak and potatoes?
Ingredients.
That doesn't... No, then that's a 5th.
No, they're ingredients. They have yet to be combined into a dish.
You could go to any fucking diner in the Midwest and get steak and potatoes.
And they have yet to be combined into a homogeneous dish.
Because
It does not defeat the individual characteristic.
You are looking at the lens of the New York coastal diner scene.
You're trying to assume that you have to define individual ingredients as something important.
Mm-hmm.
A steak and potatoes are 2 separate ingredients that ultimately could be combined into a single identity. But as they stand separately, they're fine.
Mm-hmm.
But they are also still just a single item.
Okay.
Soup, salad.
This is a very tricky
Dumplings.
check in the vernacular game of chess that these pulling
Machina,
upon
please post. I know it's soup, salad, calzone, and or ravioli.
So wait. Uguzi goes. When I lived in LA, I never drank tap water. Too much ecstasy and estrogen in the water. That's right, Uguzi. Can you expound upon that? Weeaboo Jesus goes, it's worth doing. That's right. Okay, listen.
Hold on. So soup, salad.
Fine, a cheeseburger deluxe.
That is a salad, I believe.
Fuck you. A cheeseburger.
Sandwich. Yeah, sandwich.
Soup,
I'll
salad.
pick up on Uguzi's comment real quick.
Those are the 4 food groups.
Soup,
a cheeseburger
salad.
is a sandwich.
Okay. Then how do you respond to shrimp with lobster sauce? What the fuck is that? All right.
That's a salad.
You don't. Fuck you. I'm waiting for the.
Hold on. It is an object with a dressing.
Yes.
It's a salad.
How about you have your own philosophy of food, Monoxus?
That's a salad. No, Machina posted it. Soup, salad, ravioli, and sandwich. There are only 4 food groups.
Oh, so Goozy. So if some like 6'1" guy who could bench his own weight and he walks around with proper posture, could he crush the LA Tinder scene and there just be like, fuck you. You let me know, because ideally that doesn't even exist, because if it happened, he would have raised like fucking like Caesar's Legion. All right. Lopan goes, that's a salad. All right.
It is.
You're not wrong.
Because it's an item with a dressing. Salad.
Damn. Lobster, shrimp with lobster
I mean, go ahead.
sauce.
Fight those 4 food groups.
I'll
I'll debate you out to the end of the earth.
But what if it consists of like rice and beans and like...
Pick your thing. Go ahead.
Okay, so what if you were to eat chicken and rice and beans?
That's a salad.
How?
The rice and beans are the base, chicken on top. Its ingredients mixed together. That's a salad.
So is it gyro?
What if it's like just meat and taters? You know, what if I have just like a roast joint of something?
That is
A
the
couple of baked
equivalent.
potatoes.
Wait.
Oh, that's
Wait, no, shut your mouth.
What is it?
Stylish Hobocat. Are you talking about a roast of like lamb, pig, cow? What kind of animal are you talking about to be served with potatoes, ideally soaking in the juices
Here's
of
the
this
problem.
animal?
Look
What animal are you talking about?
Look at how one defines a salad.
Shut your mouth! I'm fucking asking him a question. Listen, Stylish Hobocat, what animal?
Lamb. It's got to be. That's
Lamb?
a personal choice anyway.
Lamb. Stylish Hobocat confirmed to hang out with like Greek revolutionaries. All right, good. All right, good. Because he wants like fucking lamb and potatoes. And because like lamb and potatoes in like Greek Easter, the potatoes are cooked with the fat of the lamb. That's what makes the potatoes taste so good. Come on. If the Greeks and the fucking dirty potato niggers could figure this out, then like anyone could figure it out. Oh, fuck you. Anyone live could report it. Kiss my ass. Fuck you. No one gives a shit. Who's watching this? Really? None of them. No. Go fuck themselves. All right. That's right. You heard me, ladies and jerks.
Careful, you.
How many? How many people?
Better. Don't fucking drop the N-bomb. Something.
All right, fine. I
No one heard that.
No, now I have the opportunity to say it. I love how many times you've gotten away with that, Haynes.
I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations.
We're not big enough to get flagged yet.
Yeah, that's what I was banking on. There's been a couple of times when you've said it, and I'm like, is this stream just about to drop out?
Well, I said what? Fuck yourself, all right?
We've
got
gotten
this luchador rolling joints, obviously, and just dropping
We've gotten
M-bombs
away with
everywhere.
murder on Twitch.
I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations, all right?
We're so lucky we're a small-time channel. Otherwise, we would have been banned a long time ago.
We would have been canceled 8 ways from Sunday.
No, not
all right?
canceled, banned. They can't cancel us because we won't let them.
That's true.
I refuse to be canceled.
All right.
Because if you want to cancel me,
You
you gotta prove me wrong. That's
You're smart enough to not apologize.
Never.
Because listen,
Damn right.
Stylish Hobocat.
I have been right ever since I started speaking.
We are public access TV. I don't know if England has this legacy of public access television, but here in the United
Sadly, we
States,
don't.
we have public access TV, which is a really weird tradition of like some segments of... Listen, you could go to YouTube and just type in public access TV and yield hours upon hours of like material, all right? The point
I've seen some clips.
All right,
I mean,
okay.
The idea does strike me very well. That the only thing the nearest thing the UK gets is you could you might like get a grant from like a network or like an associated like a charity's wrong word. You know, like an arts.
Right.
But you see what I'm getting at.
Right.
You get a grant for that, and maybe it ends up on TV. It may be kind of late night. Maybe no one really gives a shit. But we don't have the same thing in terms of like I remember seeing a clip and like the video quality has got to be like late 90s, and it's just some lass. She's in the studio and people are calling in, and it's just like that's like the first evidence of like people. It's before online, before mumbo jumbo really kicked in, and you've got people basically asking for feet pics. And
Yes.
I'm like 19-year-old goth woman.
Yes. Number one, you already had that two-way interaction, all right, which is indicative of now, which is digital. But back then, consider the analog two-way that people were like participating in. And number two, it is weird because I do have a theory that the internet has always been in its present form. Technology just had to catch up with the present day and age. All right.
Makes sense. I mean, I did think like there is a way you guys could recreate it if you had the Discord server. You have people like calling in from
Right.
there.
But
Again, sort of like it was.
No. Stylish
In public
HoboCat.
access.
Stylish HoboCat. You're not wrong. We have thought about this 8 ways from Sunday. Our biggest
sure you
concern. Our biggest concern is that people chiming in, going N-word, 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 F-word, 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 spamming, and then we get kicked off of Twitch. That is our biggest concern.
Pretty
all right?
much, yeah.
That is true, but you know,
In fact, like, hold on. If you were around when we went to Hipstar's channel, I don't know how he survives.
He was
I'm
a
not familiar.
champion. He kept TLDR. Stylish HoboCat.
You can go to Hipstar's YouTube.
Yes.
He has it on his channel.
Yes. There's a gentleman by the name of Hipstar who was like, "Hey, hijack my channel for an evening," and we did. And he gave us the Streamlab keys, and we basically
You can just watch that shit. His chat is just non-stop like shit that gets you banned on Twitch.
I have never seen someone doing his own thing and people going like,
He's chill as fuck. Like
"Kill yourself," like, and all of the expletive.
it's like the heyday of like Metacore streams,
like
where everything's just dancing, puddings, and or every.
Talking with Hipstar was chill because he played ball. Because like the whole point was like we were doing the gimmick of like we hijacked it and he's trying to take it back. Everything he did was like on par with like the joke.
I'm stealing your water.
But the chat was just toxic as shit, and you can like you cannot get away with that.
Oh no!
Proper chat.
Yeah, that's true.
And I was surprised no one called in anyone when we were live, considering like chat was going 100 miles an hour because people.
And some of his mods were like the worst ones.
Yeah.
Like his mods were just fucking like atrocious. And again,
I mean, come on, you've got to bash the like A of the H. You know?
But here's the thing, like,
your mods.
I don't mind fucking people being like aggressive. That's fine. Aggressive's not an issue.
Right.
But we still have to play ball with like YouTube and Twitch. Ultimately,
right.
As much as I fucking hate that shit because I don't like playing ball with them. I don't like being like, I guess like pigeonholed to like do what we say. Our fucking people are not assholes. They're fun. Yeah. They're jerks.
Right. They're our homies.
You know what I mean, though? You could have like a line where, say, you like, I don't know, you bring in Paul Ada, you bring in A of the H, you bring in fucking John Woo. I mean, fuck, man, I'd love to see him on.
We're all jerks and losers, but like we're not.
They're our jerks and losers.
Speak for yourself, man.
We're all jerks
and
losers.
Up yours. Listen, fucking Stylish HoboCat. I'm glad he had the indignation to fucking like call in on this. All right, listen. It's our jerks and losers, but my jerks and losers. So
again,
so
jerks and losers. Hipstars people.
We're all chats here. We're all chats. Come on.
Stylish HoboCat is all like, "Oh, herpa derpa blowing up a British fish and chip shop." All right, listen. The 1986 Mets are among the greatest success stories in the history of anything ever.
There's a shirt for this.
So, trash. If you're against the New York Yankees, if you're against the dominant paradigm, if you are against the top-down astroturfed social engineered talking points that you have to deal with every time you log onto social media, then you too can go to grift.shop and buy a trash shirt. Hell, you can even buy a Debt to America shirt.
Honestly, this is my favorite shirt. And that's not me being like, I now have one so I can talk about it. I love the shirts that you have made because I think the flyers are great. I have said since day one, this is one of my favorite like designs. This, Riding with Despair, and honestly the 718 logo would be my ideal shirts. This is something like
Riding with Despair is a fucking classic, man.
No, Riding with Despair is the best shirt that we have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that like initially when he was like, we're making shirts, what's the first one? I was like, Riding with Despair. It is hands down the best design that we have.
It's the #1 seller.
I mean, Haynes, I can't believe you were surprised that was your main order.
I was. I was a little. Everyone.
No, I told him day one. I was like, "That's the best shirt you have."
It happened. I'm not gonna lie. It really did happen. I wasn't surprised.
It is our best shirt.
But I had to pretend to be surprised because this motherfucker warned me ahead of time. So he was like a mental primer. So even when I was putting up flyers and people were like, I'd get that on a hoodie. I didn't even have hoodie logistics figured out.
No.
But this guy, this guy doesn't even have to knock.
In fact, hold on. There's one shirt that I think is better than Riding with the Spare Prohibited.
Which one? The Tibetan Black Magic flyer?
This is our best flyer.
Alright.
This right here is hands down
You see, ladies and jerks?
the best flyer you have made.
Alright. So, ladies and jerks,
Not included. There's a reason they're here.
you too.
These
will
are
be
the
able to
best
enjoy
flyers,
this.
and this is not a shirt yet.
Yet, being the operative word here.
And the second this becomes a shirt, I guarantee you, like, this is fucking solid.
Mm-hmm.
Because it speaks volumes.
Right.
And if it doesn't
Because
speak volumes to you,
Even without text.
even if you don't understand the concept of it,
Mhm.
you slip on it. Because you think you know, but you don't. So it's good for normies, and it's good for people who get it.
Mhm.
This just hurts, and everybody likes it.
Okay.
See, that's the thing. The Riding with Despair, that actually gets to fucking normies.
Yeah.
That gets to everybody. It's that basic human emotion. People can feel that.
Yes. This one is just painful enough that you can't deny it. This needs to be on a shirt.
Okay.
This would kill.
The Tibetan Black Magic.
It would. I already said, if I had to pick one,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
but for a common place
Mhm.
and for regular sales, but this is better.
I can't argue. He's my friend, business partner, confidant, associate, and consigliere,
I've
so
not
I
been
know
wrong
he's
yet.
right. So I have to order that. I have to order that screen now.
This is the best thing
All right.
because it hurts to look at, and can you imagine this on a fucking shirt? Where you can't look at it without it causing pain.
Hold on.
Now imagine if someone had to deal with it while it's on your fucking chest.
All right. So hang on. You have to deal.
To be fair,
Just
if the best like psychic propaganda you've got, and I'm surprised this isn't a T-shirt already. It's
Thank you.
check your phone.
No. Check your phone doesn't get to be a shirt.
Oh, fuck off! Come on, man.
Oh,
That's the
come-
best one. That's reaching into people's souls as
Really?
soon as they.
Check your. I mean, like you made daddy's money before you made check your phone.
I did. Okay. So StylishHoboCat, check your phone is in the process of being monochromed and will burn it. All right. You're
Yes,
not wrong.
Damn right.
You're not wrong, all right? So I'm not trying to convince you of this pro culture hijacking capitalism jihad, all right? I'm not trying to be pro Minecraft this, but check your phone. That is something Oh, yes! We are bringing the default back, all right, ladies and jerks? You have no idea what we're dealing with. You're going to have to deal with me as Monoxus changed into where this all started.
I mean, I got the shirt I wanted.
Yes.
So, like, earlier today, you were like, yo, what's up? Here's your Debt to America shirt. And I'm like, sick. There's a part of me that never wants to sell a check your phone
Mm-hmm.
because it's exclusive.
Right. So, ladies and jerks, you saw it here first with the UK-US Cultural Exchange StylishHoboCat live stream here at twitch.tv/Monoxus, okay? You know
Check
what we
your
have?
phone doesn't exist.
That's right. Because it blends into the background. All right, ladies.
I'll turn it off. Hold on. There's no such thing as a check your phone shirt.
You see? Not yet, all right?
No, they don't exist.
Oh,
There never has been. There never will be.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
I love how you got the green screen setting still picking that up. That's
Yeah.
beautiful.
The check your phone shirt will never be real.
Go fuck yourself.
These don't
So-
exist.
So this will.
Oh, actually, just while we're talking about making things, what's it? I did realize that the mask that I made for you, Monoxus, I could print a similar one, but it's in the exact same green as the as your green screen.
Okay.
So you can have an invisible head if you wanted to.
I have one that I painted green and it like keys out already. It's kind of a mess.
All right, beat me to it then.
But yeah, no.
All right,
there's no such thing as a check your phone shirt.
Mm-hmm.
They don't exist.
Sure.
I don't know why anyone thinks that a check your phone shirt would be a thing.
Yeah.
I have never worn one.
It's a beautiful fucking set of words.
We have never even considered having check your phone on a shirt.
Look at the can of worms
If
you
you
opened.
don't sell it, if I can't buy it from you, I will have someone else make it. There is a t-shirt printing shop literally 5 minutes up my road.
So now you know this and this.
So now I'm gonna have to meet some man in Nottingham
In fact, check your phone.
and settle it on
As-
the cobbles to
as
figure
much
out who could print this first.
As much as I would like to say that the Tibetan Black Magic shirt is the way to go next,
Mhm.
if you make a check your phone print, you might just see like
I have to get New York Post headline font to get check your phone in this manner because Daddy's money has already been.
Have you ever considered the word check looks weird?
Why?
Just look at it.
Oh, just because
Because
you mentioned
because
you
it's-
mentioned Daddy's money. Can you explain the existence of trust fund babies to me? I think I kind of get what it's at, but
okay, so I can only describe this within the context of living in
Wow,
Queens.
you can't even get it without like the lighting will not let me do it.
All right. So StylishHoboCat, for anyone in the world outside of America listening to what Trust Fund
I
Kid,
want this on a mask.
you see, he won't stop until he gets this on a fucking hoodie. All right,
No, on a mask.
soon.
Like a mask where it's double-eyed, double-browed, double-tooth, double like nose, but like a full face mask.
Because it's the Tibetan black magic flyer. All right, so how about this? All right, so the daddy's money analogy.
Check your phone shirts don't exist,
The daddy's money analogy comes
and they never will.
Go fuck yourself.
They're not real.
Yet, being the operative in Minecraft.
We can't make them because if we make them, then this is not unique anymore.
Why are you tying this man living in the ashes and the rubble of the British Empire
Oh no, fuck.
as a proud Iberian menace
fuck
living
you. I just
deep?
want a shirt.
I'm just proving that like you can't have this.
See, he could easily have a trash
No, you
shirt
can buy that
if he wanted to grift that shop.
This doesn't exist. I get to wear
Fuck
a
you,
thing
but-
you can't have.
Fuck you, Monoxus. I'm an engineer. I make whatever I want to make.
Yeah, but
I can even give you the money.
It's not a stained hands.
Not yet. Not yet. Go fuck yourself.
It's not
yet.
This is a stained hands that existed before the channel existed.
Listen.
Before stained hands had a Twitter handle, this shirt existed.
Listen. We'll get to that soon.
The
all right?
shirts existed before any of this.
Soon.
This is
You-
like
You can justify your shirts trying to tie in primordial times. when
You
Stain Hands
always-
doesn't put a hand up, but I'm not buying it.
Listen.
I'm just saying this shirt existed before this man had a Twitter.
I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations, but I will say this: before there was "you always on your damn phone,"
There's
there
nothing
was
like it.
"check your phone."
There is nothing like this.
One day, we're going
In
to
fact, you can
broadcast
see how
live.
faded it is.
No.
It's great.
One day, we're going to broadcast live, and I will be wearing "check your phone" merch, and I will have to plow through this bullshit one more time for the people in the studio audience not present tonight. You ladies and jerks listening here, all right? So one day that's going to happen. And this guy will still probably have his hangups about the Tibetan Black Magic Flyer.
It's the best flag.
All right. In spite of this,
Oh yeah, remember this?
Old Rapist 2020, all right? No one ever brings up that. Ladies and jerks, StylishHoboCat, I'm so sorry we wrangled you into this. I'm not sorry, as a matter of fact. I'm glad you could come through.
Of course you're not.
All right, all right.
I've only spoke to you over Twitter, Haynes, but I can get a good handle what you like.
All right, all right. So hear me out. All right. Before I forget, all right, when people in the UK think of holiday, what comes to mind? Tell me, as Iberian Irish working class trash, what comes to mind when you think of the word holiday?
Christmas. That's going to be on all the people's minds. It's only
Okay.
guaranteed break you get.
Ah, all right, fair enough. Because some people, at the very least, from the perspective of outside the UK, when they're looking at the UK, they think of like holiday means some sort of either leave or extended leave outside the country. You know, I believe in the
Oh,
UK,
oh, you mean
holiday
taking a
means
holiday?
right. I believe holiday.
Ah,
I believe holiday is tantamount to like vacation. Is that how it works in the UK?
right. I see what you're getting at. I thought you meant holiday in your kind of perspective in terms of like
Oh,
national
oh,
holiday.
oh,
Ah,
fuck Santa and fuck the 4th of July. I'm talking about the UK, all right? And anyone
right,
upset
sure.
about that, take it up with yourself, all right? So, what does that word mean in the UK?
Yeah, like you say, any kind of extended sort of time off work. It doesn't matter if you're going somewhere within England, within the wider UK, or if you do go abroad. A
Mm.
lot of people like to go to Spain. Actually decent beaches. It is actually fucking hot. That's that's the standard for a lot of people.
Have you ever been to Spain?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay, okay. So there are no tales of like Iberian sausage being like, "Hey, what's up, baby? What's your sign?" And oye, pero mira que puerco ese muchacho está hablando ese tipo de mierda. And he's all like, "What's up, girl? I'll give you 9 fucking grandsons." And then like 9 hours later,
No,
and
I,
then
I
like,
can't hit him with the fucking Spanish with the
and
freaking
then,
American accent.
and then,
I can't make panties drop that easy.
And then 11 hours later, he's wandering home from some fucking Spanish compound in the countryside, 7 hours away from any Greyhound bus station. Oh no, Stylish Hobocat, relax. You're 6'3", and you look like a honky in the eyes of Latin Americans. So if you were to go to like the Spanish countryside, they would probably give you the key to the city and 2 seasons of your own sitcom until eventually by scandal you're kicked out because it's like, like acoustic Spanish strumming guitaring, and then you're like, "Hey, what's up? I'm the mayor of this town." And then like this bitch that you married, and then like 17 of her friends want to fuck you, and like 4 of them succeed, and it's not your fault because you're in Spain and hot bitches don't exist in England. So now you're in Spain, and then it's like,
Well, hey, I didn't say that. It's just you can't pin
and
it down
then
to a point.
and then it's like, and then like you get to the decision tree, your downfall, and you get to pick whatever Spaniard maiden you want to be the fucking workbench, and when you, and where you like fucking dictate the terms of your downfall. And then before you know it, there's this like Irish great grandson who leads the Basque movement in Spain that ends up resulting in proper revolution. And no one ever ends up fucking considering crediting Stylish Hobocat because he was like a dirty like fucking Irish like min. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The
No,
Basque.
no, they'll recognize them by the fucked up Gaelic names they've got. If I've got a fucked up Gaelic name, if I have any children, they're getting one too. I had to suffer with it, so will they.
Even if Stylish Hobocat ends up giving like the fucking Iberian sausage to every Spanish broad in the Basque region from here to Timbuktu, they're all gonna have like the most like fucking Gaelic name ever. Alright? I respect that, alright? Even fucking like women in the fucking American Samoan movement are gonna have names like O'Haley and O'Hara and O'Shara, and they're gonna fucking invoke the names of like fucking druids, and you're gonna be responsible for all this Iberian energy tilting Earth off of its axis. All right, You fucking domestic
No,
terrorist.
no, man. I want to knock up. I want to knock up a fucking lass from Georgia. I want some like big, strong, fucking farmhand woman, man. She's as tall as me. She's as broad as me. I can have some absolutely giant fucking children.
Who is
So-
this? Rye?
Rye 87, I'm too sober for this shit. So, Rye 87, if you've just joined us, StylishHoboCat is here bridging the United States, United Kingdom cultural exchange program, one shit post
By
at a
87,
time.
man. Fucking hit the bottle. Join the rest of us.
Listen, hit follow on Monoxis at twitch.tv/Monoxis. So to answer StylishHoboCat...
You guys are cut out for me.
Oh,
I can't hear a thing.
oh no! Can you hear us now?
There we go.
StylishHoboCat 1, 2, 3. Dancing
Yeah,
in the
we're good, we're
background. Firebombing the queen and everything she holds dear. Dancing on her grave. Talking shit. Spitting on the grave of a disgusting
I'm eating deep
old...
fried corgi tonight.
Breaded, deep fried corgi. Rye 87, thank you for joining us. StylishHoboCat.
Hey, Rye, hit the follow button, you piece of shit.
Hey, Rye, well, remember that time when you hit the follow button? I don't. Hey,
Hit the follow button right fucking now!
StylishHoboCat, I don't know what the equivalent of the Irishman living in the UK, but I don't know if you have a bodega. I don't know if you have a gas station or a deli. But if you have 10 pounds and you're walking in there, what are you getting? Because you're fucked up and you want to eat something before you go to bed? What are you getting?
Ah. Like a gas station or, a day equivalent of like a corner shop. I think I have nothing that's gonna tickle my fancy, man.
So
But
even...
takeaways are still gonna be open at like 1 in the morning.
Ah, okay. So if you had 10 pounds and you were ordering takeaway, what would you get?
The right time in the night, I'm gonna find the last Chinese open and I'm gonna make myself some fucking lemon chicken, man.
Ah, this man has standards and he has favorites. Lemon chicken from the Han Chinese. Yeager stepping, using them as a footstool. Ethnic chinkamadoo UK Chinese food. All right, lemon chicken. How come you're not getting lemon chicken from the Italians? Huh, StylishHoboCat?
I'm using up that hand supremacy before he started using me up.
God
Get
damn
out
it!
on what I can now.
God damn it, StylishHoboCat! Support your local Dago. Support your local ethnic Guinea Dago Wop.
Fucking day goes around here.
You could get delicious lemon chicken from someone's noni instead of someone's fucking Chinese accounting, bookkeeping, cookbooking nonsense under the table, facilitating human trafficking. A of the H is all, what a nerd! Even though you're facilitating lemon chicken number running underneath this Han Chinese Yeager displacing nonsense. Is all I'm saying. You could easily call the Italians. Is all I'm saying. All right.
He's got a point.
Why not you call it guinea dig?
There's no Italian businesses. Although one thing interesting about Nottingham is a shitload of Italians came here after World War II, and if you find a couple of old houses that were built at the time, you can still find stone ovens the Italians made themselves.
Really?
Yeah, it's only a few properties, but if you come to a house and it's like 10 grand more expensive than any other house on the street, it's probably some shit like that.
Because
there's a proper stone oven somewhere in the house.
Because they left behind their ancient tradition of making what modern day people call disgusting peasant food, and they just crowded around this clay oven, and they're like, and then like 40,000 years later, they're all like, this means the house is worth $1 million more because they made pizza the homemade fashioned way. And the Chomsky honks are just sitting there like, with Trader Joe's ingredients, even though back then it was like anchovies and feta cheese and olives and like oil,
You mean natural ingredients?
Right. And that is what we're reduced to now.
Things that can't be, replicated?
Right. So, all right. Question. StylishHoboCat.
StylishHoboCat, if you could kill one person on planet Earth, who would it be?
Oh fuck, man! You should have asked me that a week ago. That's a hard question.
Right now, one
Damn.
person, you murder them, no consequences. Who is it?
Mm-hmm. You're gonna get him.
That's a hard one. I
Take your
need to
time.
I need to smoke a lot more weed before
Haynes,
I
how
can
about
answer
you?
that question.
You're
You
gonna
can
get
murder
him-
one person on planet Earth, no consequences. Who would it be?
You're gonna get him in trouble with MI6.
Haynes, who is it? I'm asking you too.
Oh, one person?
One person, they die, no consequences, never traced to you. They're just gone. You erase a person.
A race?
I mean, like, you kill them, but, like, no one questions it, and then, like, all of their impact is gone. We're not talking about, like, they blink out of existence. Like,
Really?
the consequences of their life still exists,
Right.
but you can be like, they're dead now, and no one's questioning why they're dead.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That ass.
that's my question. Somebody dies,
Mm-hmm.
their history...
I'm
Still
really.
exists.
I'm willing to take one for the team. All right.
Okay, go for it.
Jeff Bezos.
So, tomorrow Bezos dies, his history exists, but he's done.
No. There is still a decentralized network
like,
of sprawling.
yeah.
Blah blah
But
blah.
he's gone.
He's like right. His machinations. Everything.
So whoever he assigned is now the head of...
I am willing to take Amazon as eating a cost for him
To watch
be
him
gone.
go, yeah. And then someone
that's it.
else... Which,
That's it.
Yeah.
What about you?
I can kill anybody. My pick is totally not the president.
Totally okay. So
Is it your man Brandon?
let's go, Brandon. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
That guy.
No, I've been fucking loving seeing people drop that in Congress. It's fucking beautiful.
Listen, it ends up reminding me of this really weird period in history where people outside of America were protesting Bush more than people inside America, and then
Here's the thing, I have no issue with the administration in power.
Mhm.
I have an issue with us denying what is obvious.
Right.
That this man is mentally unstable.
Oh, sorry, I need to bring this up. I love what Monoxus. Oh, we got soft confirmation that dementia has dementia. Come on, dude. What more evidence did you need? The guy's mind has been falling out the side of his head since before he came into office.
That's my issue.
Confirmation. Soft confirmation. What kind of fucking MI5 profile are you building on this guy? Soft confirmation.
Because nothing is...
That's what Monoxus said. That's not my words.
No, those are my words. Because nothing without actual confirmation and fact. Like, no, I cannot get behind something until we have definitive proof. Clearly he has dementia.
I'm gonna have to invoke Haynes's what was it? Something like easily noticeable patterns are now being seen as absurd.
He very
something
clearly has dementia.
Right.
Yes.
But we continue to act like he doesn't.
We have.
So, my choice is to murder the president.
In Minecraft.
Okay. In Minecraft. Listen.
No.
For all those federal agents and programming socks who are watching
In this
right now.
hypothetical, so that we can move on to DMV lady president.
All right.
And
Wait, she's Indian. She's not black.
But she is enough of a woman of color that enough people in America will slavishly praise her and get behind her for reasons.
the reason why I would even
I have no other way to put it.
like I could kill a dozen people with this choice. I'm killing the current
Minecraft.
president only because I have no issue with him, but I also would like to watch her fail downward, which she will, as an actual leader, because she has no leadership skills at all.
Right.
So part of this is like, get rid of him, put her in power, watch as she fails downward, and we get 8 more years of right-leaning this is bullshit, and we all know why.
Right.
But we can't do that with Biden because everyone has like the sympathetic old man pissing his pants, shitting his pants mentality.
Mm-hmm.
When DMV lady fails, they will not vote for her
You
because
see?
the left is easily manipulated.
And you thought Monoxis was all doom and gloom black-pilled? No. Eventually, Biden is going to be like, the drooling shit my pants.
No, the left cannot condemn an old, sad man, but they can condemn a biased cop black woman, and Kamala's failures, which she will have as president, if we can get fucking Biden out of the way. She will do nothing but enforce what the left believes is false, and they will inadvertently create their own hell in opposition to Kamala, which is a good thing for the country as a whole.
Right.
So if we get rid of Biden in this hypothetical murder scenario, Kamala creates a vacuum where the left cannot agree with her because she is basically everything they want but don't want at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next 8 years are just everything that isn't the Biden Kamala like super cop weird amnesia president boat.
Right.
So kill him, get her in position. She takes his shoes. Now she's super comfortable. And all of these morons don't even question that she's in power.
Right.
She fails upwards. And then the thing after her does better. It's kind of it's the system we've had in power for a long time. We let dumb fucking people fuck things up so that we can go into prosperous times.
Right.
Except,
Unfortunately.
but that's just how this works. And we recently lost our most prosperous region.
Our cash cow, really.
So we now have to move away from Afghanistan. But I do think the next prosperous region is energy mechanics. So like...
So people crying and shitting their pants about nuclear power?
But nuclear power is the next
It is.
prosperous thing.
Right.
It's how they're like, the Chinese death laser. Except that was like a 10-year-old demonstration of power, and we already have it, and it's not a threat. So, we need time, is all I'm saying.
Okay. So, you heard it here first, and Monox is trying to have something resembling safe, normal U.S.-Chinese relationships, all right?
Oh, no, we're never going to have them. Like, that's part of the plan, though. We can't. Even though, like, we're... Like...
I'm not getting in trouble for what he's tossing
like,
out loud,
do
all right?
you see the shirt? We will never play ball.
Do you see the shirt?
We will never play ball,
Mhm.
but we're also always playing ball.
Sorry, ladies and jerks.
China will never be the superpower, but they'll always be the homie.
Unfortunately.
No, they're the homie.
The try-hard superpower.
Yes.
To be fair, they're the closest thing we have to a proper ally in terms of how we play games. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, in the shittiest, most cutthroat sense of the term, yeah.
they are the equivalent to our manipulation of people. So we're very on par with each other, but at the same time we're like, yeah, but bro, like you're a bunch of pieces of shit, and like, but so are you. And it's like, yeah, but they don't know it yet. And then China's like, and neither do they. Like both governments are playing the like, but they don't know it yet game. But China
Doesn't try to hide it though. They don't try to hide it.
No, they did.
No.
No, China has tried to hide it because when you criticize them with like Winnie the Pooh arguments,
Oh, then everything goes wrong.
so no, China is hiding
Also,
this shit.
it should be noted.
Don't defend China's protection of themselves.
Now, hear me out.
They're
hear me out.
also pieces of shit.
There's a
It's
theory of
meta
mine.
defense.
There's a theory of mine. All right.
But do you know who's not affected by China's like self-protection?
Enlighten me.
Their homie America.
Shh. Listen.
While we all act like we're not fucking like playing ball.
Don't tell anyone, but America is the only person that could afford to buy China's crap. that they produce every month that basically equivocates to
No, if America stopped,
microwaves that break down after 6 months
if
and
America stopped buying Chinese products,
dildos,
China
all
wouldn't
right?
have products
That's
to
it.
sell.
That's all they have.
Fucking destitute with nothing.
And there are children in the broke-ass Chinese countryside stripping copper wire from goods, making more than some people make, who even out after paying $1,600 per month for a studio apartment in Greenwich, Connecticut, or Greenwich Village, New York City. These things happen. Stylish HoboCat, I hate to say this, but like there are some people in China who respect the grift much greater than America. Unfortunately, there are people in China who are up against things we can't even possibly imagine. Like, I'll give you an example of something we can't possibly imagine here in America. Did you know that after the United States invaded Iraq, the global cost of copper went down from all the copper wiring looted from all the buildings in Baghdad? All right. So we tend to, not take into consideration that there are like things and variables against our, I suppose, for lack of a better term, control. All right. But here at twitch.tv/Monoxus, when I get to the bottom of the fucking problem, all right? So, as a dirty, filthy Irishman living in England, what would you do to improve Irish-English relationships? Stylish HoboCat, the TED Talk is yours. Go.
I see. I live in England. I have some kind of commitment to it, but ultimately, I just give Northern Ireland back to the Irish. Fuck what the rest of England has to say about it. United Ireland, baby. That's what I want to see.
Deal. All right. Oh, so ultimately, if you could fix this whole problem, ideally, in one fell swoop, give Ireland back to the Irish and forget about it. Is that what you're, as a citizen of the UK? Because I mean, like, I know you are a Gaelic Iberian menace who's fisticuffing jippos under the moonlight, but like, if you were to solve this, if you had one fell swoop, it would be to give the Irish to the Irish, like Ireland to the Irish. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably sort of slightly uncommon in terms of someone born and raised in England but isn't bothered about the reunification of Ireland. But then also, like, if the Scottish want independence, like, yeah, fuck it, go for it. If the south of England, Cornwall, the more coastal area, if they want to break off because they do have a different culture, a different kind of economy, yeah, fair play to them. Go for it. Wales, no one gives a shit about Wales, so just move past that one.
Deal.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of a slightly more fragmented UK, because ultimately that is what you need.
Deal. All right.
Everyone's got different.
A less fragmented UK is what you need, is what you're saying.
And no, well, obviously, all right, you get the reunification of Ireland, but if you wanted to get rid of the central power that is in London, if you wanted to get rid of like the power of Westminster and have, the point that you're always making of legalizing gay weed, if you wanted local politics to be effective, you would have to break up the UK just to get rid of the central power in London.
Right.
Get the power of Westminster out of the.
Right, but herein lies the tricky unpacking of how politics works on a local level, because over in England you have a parliament, and here we have like local, state and federal levels of politics. So to here, legalizing gay weed can kind of work at the very least on a local level, but like what do they have in the UK that equivocates to like local politics? Is there any such a thing?
You can vote for local councils, local authorities, but in terms of any kind of legislation, everything's top down. Unless Parliament already agree with the idea, it's just not happening.
Frank Corrigan Jr. has a question.
Oh,
does England have the South? Yes. Yeah, of course it does. Unless the South is referring. What do you mean? Like
The
your
North.
South?
Wait, no.
I think he means our
Yeah.
the South.
I think it's
Yeah,
like
our
that's your
South
North.
is the North. Yeah.
We talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Haynes
Nor-
is right. Fuck you, Mom and Dad.
Yeah.
North. NORF. North. You see? All right.
Our the
Like,
South
oh,
is there the North. Yeah.
Yeah, all the North FC memes that you've ever seen, there is an element of truth to them, at the very least.
Fuck you, Mom and Dad. I'm
Yep.
going north, and we're gonna have our colonies based in the South.
It's like, hey, people moaning at the chat earlier saying like, oh, you know, I was just pulling out the most like basic bitch Italian, like New York stereotypes. It's like, yeah, but I see the North FC images and it's like, you know, I know people like that. I've met them. I walk past them every day. So the stereotypes in your end, I expect you to be walking past them as well. You know?
It's funny because it's true. All right, so Tampons, you got your answer. All right, I hope you're happy. All right, Stylish HoboCat. Now, as an Irishman living in England, is there any way to reconcile a two-party state, or is it only a free Ireland or bust? Like, is there any way out of this other than giving Ireland to the Irish? Like, because as long as there are like Ulsters and loyalists, this is going to drag on forever. And in all due respect, loyalists kind of look like trash. I might be wrong. They're gross. I've never.
No, you are right. Until, like I say, you know, it's not. I'm not talking about my own beliefs. This is the general kind of Republican view. As I said, you know, until Ireland is united, they will always be at war with England. There will always be this occupational force, and at the same time, until the loyalist side, until the Ulster forces know that their border is completely safe, they will never stop as well. But while the IRA is still active, or even if it is just these crusty old fucking Irish dudes that are 80 still living in holes like the Japanese that didn't realize the war had ended. As long as they're still there, the loyalists will feel a need to be armed to be patrolling on some level. So yeah, the conflict will never end. And even if I don't know, let's say the Republic of Ireland tomorrow just said, actually, fuck it, we're going to mobilize our military, we're going to invade Northern Ireland, we're going to fucking take over. Even if they were successful, even if they did somehow beat the British Army, you're still going to have small subcultures, small groups in Northern Ireland that still be loyalists.
Right.
They would still be. They would take up the IRA tactics of small bombings, small attacks, military targets, trying to keep civilians out of it.
Who almost.
The trouble is the ideology and how much time has passed is on some level there never really will be peace.
Almost.
That's the tragedy of it.
In like a fucked up simulacrum of events, the Ulster loyalists will end up like murdering people in their sleep at 4 a.m. and car bombing people in broad daylight and doing the very thing that like they were warned that their enemy turned out to be, like the Provos, and then before you know it, it ends up like fulfilling itself into this fucked up never-ending cycle of like, well, it's okay when we do it to them, and then they're like, well, it's okay when we do it to them, and then there's like 17 people in an estate somewhere going like, yes, we going all according to plan. And like one of them is named Cromwell, the other is some like Irish jerk off who sold his country off to the crown, and he's like some old money Irish like landowner. The point I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm openly speculating here. I'm sorry.
No, but the thing is, like, you always fall into tit for tat killings. You always, again, the bombing in sort of '96 that cost the IRA a lot of support, a lot of sort of morale around the Republican agenda. But so even just prior to that, you got to the point where you had Catholics blasting Protestants just because you're a Protestant. I'm a Catholic. It became, sort of a small scale kind of religious war in terms of like the identities that were there. But then because a Catholic has blasted a Protestant now needs to blast a Catholic.
But Stylish HoboCat, what makes it quaint is that like, yeah, by blasting you mean like, oh, they turned the ignition to the to the fucking key of their car and they got blown up, or like they got blasted and where like they're sitting and they're just like eating lunch with their friend and it's like, oh yeah, so monoxis. So I says to Mabel, I says, and then now we're all cinder and ash. Because like that's where he was having lunch. Like when
people did get, you know, again, obviously UK and Ireland obviously they don't have the same history with guns. You know, people the social impact is slightly different, but you still had people being shot in their homes. You still had people walking up the windows, seeing someone in the living room in the chair watching TV, bang 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 bang.
Which
you know, someone just gets drilled in front of their family.
Right, but here's the thing though, like StylishHoboCat, that's what ends up making something like Chris Dorner that much more like delightful and amazing and so much more far-reaching. But the point I'm trying to make is that like, all right, so like now, the provos are like hard pressed into like bang bang bang. It's 9:33 p.m. and someone was watching like, oh, here's the highlights of the footy match, and it's like, oi, I'm halfway drunk into doing whatever I'm blimey with the governor and the idiot and the what and the and then like the back of his head is all across his living room, and like even the IRA is like, if you ever go into a neighborhood you don't know about, be nice with the neighborhood, and if you fuck up their fence, fix their fence because it'll do you in. And no one left behind a broken fence, so that's why no one said anything about that. Like, oi, with the blimey and the governor,
I mean, to be fair,
and the packet of crisps and the idnit and the num 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 num.
We have a very similar thing here, though.
Kinda, yeah.
The talk shit, get hit.
Yeah.
Like, just don't get involved.
A worldwide mantra, really.
Right. Because, like, but what is it about England that exacerbates people to force people into the cycle? And then England is all like, oh my God, cause and effect. What is cause and effect? Oh my God, what is cause and effect? As opposed to America, where, like,
actually,
you know, like.
You also, you know, I remember you bringing up the point before about sort of the level of violence in terms of like, you know, the British kind of drinking scene. You sent me like the Doug Stanhope video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh. So I can't remember who it was now, but someone mentioned like, well, you know, you mentioned like the water in New York, using that for the dough. There is a lot of areas in the UK, because I've heard this from a lot of like home brewers. If you homebrew your beer, you use the water out the tap, the beer you end up getting, it might maybe taste a little funny, maybe it tastes all right. But a lot of people said like it will make you fucking angry.
Really?
It will put you on a short fuse. It kind of makes me wonder if there is just something about the water content that gets used for some of the beer. If that kind of doesn't explain the violence. It's like the whole bit of when they took lead out of petrol. You know, violence across the globe sort of drops a bit.
So TLDR, all right? Like, so for anyone at home or Monoxis, if you're not familiar with Doug Stanhope's bit about like English and American culture, where like on one hand, yes, American culture has violent movies, it propagates violent news, it's centered around violence, and it's always braggadocio until the fucking bouncer separates it. But in England, at London, at any Tuesday afternoon, at pick any corner, and it's some fucked up UFC headlock punching, like it's not even midnight yet.
British inner city smackdown.
Right, and people are already drunkenly revolting against the public order.
Okay.
And Doug Stanhope said something to the effect of like, I think it was in like Birmingham, I forget, but he was like, there was a sign where you went to go pee, and in front of the urinal it said, do not beat up ambulance drivers. Because a thing at that part of the UK was like, let's call 911, and they have like full health, and when they get here, and then they would go back to like throwing darts, and then it's like 5 a.m, and they're like, what? In their living room, and like that happens.
That sounds obnoxious.
That's so somewhere in England, it goes, do not fight with the paramedics that show up, because there is a subsection
Or it's also like you have no control over yourself when the paramedics get called on you. So don't fight them.
So even if they're called
Like,
for you,
motherfucker, I called them because you're dying,
right?
and you're gonna fight them.
Even if they're for you,
Yeah, don't.
you are going to swing at these people with the might of 10 frost giants.
I can only imagine in the UK when someone's dying and you need paramedics to come save them, that you abandon them because people are pieces of shit. The same way here, when like you have to go save someone's life because of like life-threatening issues, and they're like, "I don't want your fucking help because it costs too much," and it's like, "All right, die."
This is it. We've got the joy of we know all the bill is paid. We've paid for it in our taxes already. We don't have to think about it.
Right, because at the end of that video...
No, you can just die here because like you can't afford it.
No, because bankruptcy by medical bills, that is a possible thing, as opposed to the UK, and where it's like, all right, so on one hand, I want to take a swing at this guy, but like he might be packing, and if he chips a tooth, that's like $1,500.
Yeah.
On the other hand, in the UK, why not swing at one another until our heads are knotted up gourds, and then we let the state take the pill?
Yeah.
Right. So I hate to say
Best
this.
nation in the world.
Oh, stylish HoboCat. Oh my God! All right.
Except here I can shoot somebody when they're on my goddamn property.
All right.
Hey, as soon as we get the Central England British Valley Western apocalypse world that I want, then we're gonna have it all.
All right. Stylish HoboCat. Question: have you, in your life experience, ever had discrimination because you were of Gaelic or Irish descent living in England, which is clearly not Ireland? Has that ever happened? And if so, how?
Not really. The closest you could come. I didn't take it as offense. You could if you wanted to be an absolute bitch about it.
Did someone call you a potato nigger? What happened?
No, someone asked me if there was an English version of my name.
Language.
Yeah, but there is a certain Gaelic names.
Bad?
There is a direct English translation. There is with my name, but I'm not going to go into it because it's my power word, and it doesn't sound that great.
Right.
Actually, I can't really say it. But like I didn't give a shit about it. It was just I just said like just have an English version. I was like no,
All right, sir.
fucking deal with it. Nice.
Time to wrap it up because you're going into language territory.
Okay, fine. So we're gonna have to. So to make sure Monoxus doesn't get fucking swatted by the FBI or prison.
I gotta
or
cut the entire
Security.
fucking last moment. Like we talking about.
Because all right, fine. Because I said Igernay.
Yeah.
Right, fine. You see what you started, you fucking potato Irish nigger. I'm sorry. Oh no, you said it again. Igernay. I'm sorry, Igernay. I meant to say Igernay. I meant to say Igernay.
All right, we're done here, everybody.
All right, but Igernay.
That's it. Go home, faggots. The stream's over.
There you go.
Goodbye, Igernays. He wants cigarettes in England. You can't hold it against me.
Well, this can't be uploaded.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
And you should.
Within my own language, I've been for a fag a couple of times already, but I'm not blowing dudes. I'm smoking cigarettes.
He gets to say it, you don't.
Yeah.
Don't press him.
That's different. He gets to say it, you don't. There's a cultural difference.
Don't pressure him. Come on, man.
I'm pressuring you. Stop saying the fucking N-word.
What, Igernay?
Yes!
All right, I'm not.
Stop saying it!
So you could end the stream if you have to. I'm sorry.
All right, sorry, HoboCat. We gotta call it. This man's saying racist things.
What, Igernay?
Can I get a shout out to my friend Nick Gers?
Yeah.
Shout out to Nick Gers. All right, the best homie in the world.
All right. So long, sir. And you.
Thank you,
For
HoboCat.
maybe potentially getting the stream actually pulled. Have a good night,
I
y'all.
doubt it. I doubt it. All right, ladies and jerks. Are we done?
Hold on, you.